And good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into continuing coverage 2024 Spa City Open inaugural event here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, Central Bowling Lanes, Josh Imhoff's event. And we are now down to our bracket portion here, what we would call the finals. And we've got about a little over 4 hours of bowling here for you, I believe, coming up. And it's best 2 out of 3 matches here. It's head-to-head match play. Best 2 out of 3, and we've got all the lanes covered for you here in our picture-in-picture here on Inside Bowling. My name is Mike Flanagan. I invite you to subscribe to our channel and also like this video, share it with your friends, let people know you're watching bowling here today. We certainly would appreciate that as we are approaching, hopefully sometime in this year, to be at 100,000 subscribers. It's a goal of ours. We'd love for you to help us get there. I want to thank our sponsors here at the Spa City Open. We want to thank Brunswick Bowling. When you're considering a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider a bowling product from the Brunswick family of brands. Of course, Bowl 101 Pro Shops with 5 locations here in Arkansas. If you're looking for bowling ball needs and you're looking to pick up some new gear, check out Bowl 101 Pro Shops. Also want to thank our official jersey supplier of the Spa City Open, which is Bowlifi, and of course our friends here locally, Splash Car Wash. Thank you so much for supporting this event and making it all happen right here. We've got the 9th through 16 seeds taking place right here now in best 2 out of 3 matches. We've got another 8 bowlers that are waiting to get their way into this as well. We will eliminate 4 here. We will insert the next 4 players, which is the 5th through 8th positions, and then after that we'll eliminate 4 and we'll bring in our top 4 seeds. So as we look here on our main screen on Bay 19 through 22, on the right side of your screen you're going to see Chandler Tisdale, the number 13 seed, taking on Brad Miller, the number 12 seed. On the left side of your screen, we've got Chris Seligman, the number 15 seed, taking on Lucas Hardigan, the number 10 seed. And then in your picture-in-picture on the bottom right side of the screen, and we will invert these throughout our broadcast here, we will bring in that full screen from time to time as well. We've got Tyler McLaren, the number 9 seed, taking on Gary Faulkner, our 16 seed. Faulkner bowled 268 to jump into the number in the Cashers round. And we've also got Trey Martin taking on Corey Umbrello. The number 11 seed for Martin, number 14 for Umbrello. Again, we've got Lucas Hardigan, Chris Seligman, Brad Miller, Chandler Tisdale. Those are our matches right now. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling for our bracket round play. The oil pattern that they're competing on here has been the same that we've been competing on here all weekend long. It is the Spa City pattern. It is 26.8 milliliters of oil, 42 feet in length, almost a 7-to-1 ratio around the second arrow. That's where the shape of the pattern comes in. These are the best of the best. I anticipate very high scores here. Also, shout out to the center for changing the monitors so we can read the scores a little bit better. We had a really cool graphic in center for said Spa City Open, but now it's a little bit easier to read. Monitors are spread out quite a bit, so we kind of got to be zoomed out quite a bit to get the monitors cropped in there for you. So I appreciate the staff here accommodating our viewers at home to be able to see the scores. I want to welcome in all of our viewers here today. Hello to Ashley, Rep, Ego, been here all weekend. Thank you guys so much for your continued support of Inside Bowling. So we got a little hang up here on 19 and 20. Let's go ahead. After Mr. Tisdale here cleans up his spare, we will take a look and a peek at our left bay, lanes 11 through 14. And here we are. There is Corey Umbrello throwing at a 4-7. And then we've got Tyler McLaren, Speedy, throwing at the 3-7. Maybe important to keep his speed down a little bit here, actually. As we mentioned before, the 2015 PBA World Champion, Gary Faulkner. Again, just made it in as the 16 seed. He's on a free roll here. Gary bowled 300 yesterday. Gets the messenger to take it out. Trey Martin, coming off the open frame, strikes. One of the most decorated players that we have here in the field, most popular, Brad Miller, the bald eagle, leading the USBC Open Championship singles event currently right now as of Sunday, July 21st, 11:12 a.m. We'll see if it holds up throughout the summer. Brad might be bringing home an eagle. You know, Miller's really retooled his game. He's been practicing a lot. He's been going to the center almost every single day, getting in some games. He's also on a very strict diet right now. He came on right at the end of the PBA season. Took a lot of the offseason off last year. This year he's not going to do that, he says. As a matter of fact, he found this tournament online. He actually saw my post about it and decided to come down because he thinks he needs to get the reps in. He needs to just keep bowling if he's going to have a good year on tour this year. Recommitted to the daily workout that is called bowling. And it's really paying off. Brad having a great event here. Staying down and through the shot, sticking the shot. 10 back. Opening 4-bagger for Miller. Again, these are the best 2 out of 3 matches. I will do my best job to keep up with all the scores as we move along. There will be no more re-oils from now until the end of the event. We will go right into each particular bracket round. Just to look ahead, coming up in the next rounds, the winner of Tisdale Miller will get James Canteri. The winner of Martin and Umbrella will get Casey Murphy. The winner of Hardigan Seligman will get Bug Kroll. And the winner of Faulkner McLaren will get Carl Williams in the next round. Our top 4 seeds that will get 2 rounds of byes: Eric Jones, Zach Wilkins, Spencer Robarge, and Michael Holloman. Tisdale at the 3-9. Unusual spare for a right-hander to leave. Here's Lucas Hardigan with the hat on backwards. We've got a few guys we're going to see hats on backwards. Zach Wilkins later, we should see that as well. A couple of max scores of 290 over there. A little bit slower pace here. Tyler McLaren off to a rough start here on 11 and 12. Gary Faulkner with an early lead, but an open frame as well for Gary. Pacing pair Chandler Tisdale, bottom right of your screen, back on the strike wagon. Gary Faulkner told me towards the end of the last block he thought the lanes played a little bit tighter in the mid lane today, didn't like them as much. That one just dead right off his hand. Back over to 19 through 22, Brad Miller looking to start with the front 5. Miller playing just inside of the second arrow, getting it out to about the 6th board or so. 10 back again for Brad. I'm not sure what ball he has in his hand, but it looks like a very controlled bowling ball. My guess would be an Ion Pro or perhaps an IQ Tour. I cannot see from this vantage point. Could also be a gold label. Not real sure exactly what Brad is using right now, but very controlled ball reaction. Nice shape to this selection of equipment for Brad. Because the outsides do hook quite a bit. They're very sparky, but he's getting it to lay off quite nicely and delay hook. And just as I mentioned that's the reaction that you want, he almost 7-10s, gets the 7 out late. You see bowling balls that change a lot of direction down lane. magnify the oil pattern difference, meaning that they slides in the oil, which is in the center part of the lane, and it will overhook in the dry. So you want a bowling ball that's nice and controlled, especially if you're going to play a little bit straighter like Brad is right now. Easy spare here for Brad, should clean it up. And he does. Meanwhile, we got a pair of 290 staring us in the face over on 19 and 20 in this game number 1 of 3. Hardigan answers. Tisdale, going at a Dutch pace, is getting into a situation here where he's going to have to start stringing some strikes, which means he's going to have to figure out the right lane. And it looks like that's a good shot right there. Little wall shot. Take a peek over here. Tyler McLaren, the 9 seed against Faulkner, the 16 seed. McLaren looking for his double. Gets it. He's starting to get lined up now, starting to feel it a little bit. Staring at 75 in the 5th frame, though. Faulkner 93 in the 5th frame. So that is a 18 pin lead right now for Faulkner. And it's all even Steven right next door between Martin and Umbrello, the 11th and 14th seeds. Game number 1 of 3, potentially. First player to win 2 gets to move on. See Tisdale leaves a 10 pin a little high there. Hardigan, his string comes to an end, bottom right side of your screen. 269 max now for Hardigan. And Seligman, he can now take the lead here in the match. How we doing, Mr. Jazz now? Wes, TQ, great to see you guys here. Again, if you're just tuning in, I've seen a bunch of viewers just straggle in. We're in bracket round number 1. This is your 9 through 16 seeds. 1 through 8 seeds all receive buys. This is all the competition we have for you. Picture in picture. Head over here to Gary. Gary trying to keep the lead. There you go, a little messenger action on the 7. Trey Martin, after the open frame by Corey Umbrello, looking to throw a triple up on the board and take a nice lead here through 7 frames. That light little mixer there cannot trip the 2-pin. McLaren needs to keep striking here to stay in this first game. And now he is lined up. We've seen this guy look lost in a qualifying block and absolutely destroy him in a qualifying block. It's feast or famine for McCleary. Excuse me, McLearon. I want to call him McCleary. Rolls off the tongue a little bit better. All right, here we go, Hardigan. I've seen this guy compete, doubles tournaments, nightmare doubles. This guy can bowl. This guy can bowl. That Hardigan family, they've got it in their blood. Great bowlers. Miller. Crossing around the 12th board, keeping that one a little bit tighter on line, and it holds pocket. Brad looks so much more complete now than he did 6 months ago. Still working at his game, though. He's not 100% quite yet, but he's throwing it a lot better. You got Hardigan, you got Faulkner up. Little quick with that one for Lucas. Faulkner here to stay at him, trying to close out game one. Can still bowl 243. 225 the max for McLaren. So Faulkner here, a strike would close out game number one. Uh-oh. There is an opening right now for Tyler McLaren. This Umbrello Martin match, super tight right now. Big shot there. Chandler Tisdale 7-10s. Brad Miller with a nice lead here. Seligman not running away with this one. Filling frames here. Should spare. So Gary bowls 208. McLaren here is going to need a mark in the 10th frame to get the win. Decent count as well. What a comeback here if he can pull it off. Oh my goodness, comes in way high. That was thrown into the dry so quick. Maybe the nerves kind of coming into play here a little bit here for Tyler. Excuse me. Best he can do is 204. Gary's gonna escape here. He needed that strike, and so Gary escapes. 208 for Gary Faulkner, and the win 208, 192. Martin and Umbrello. Still some bowling left to be done here, and Brad is going to get the win in game number one over Chandler Tisdale. Can still bowl 268. 268 for Brad. He gets the first one in the 10th. Brad cruising. 247 left for Seligman. And it looks like Lucas, best he can do is 227. So if he spare and strikes out, he'll force Seligman to get a strike. I'm sorry, to fill the frame, to get a mark. All right, let's see, 11 through 14. Nice shot from Brad there. 214 the max, and it looks like 214 the max. So we've got a possibility of a tie here in the Umbrello Martin matchup. See Brad finishing up now. Huge shot here in the 9th. Gotta have it. Gets it. .268 for Brad is the final score and a win. So Brad is up 1-0. Gary Faulkner up 1-0. So Chris Seligman going to get the win there over Lucas Hardigan. Every shot forces the other player to do the same. 2:14 maxes left here for Umbrello and Martin. .206 your final score for Lucas Hardigan. Tisdale with a double and a 10th, just trying to get lined up for game number 2. And still get to 207. Seligman strikes, get to 247. Nice opening game here. Lined up. Back over here to 13 and 14. So Corey leaves the flat 7. He will post a score. His score finishing first in this game number 1 will be 203 if he spares. Still a possibility of a tie. 9 spare strike would be a tie if he converts this. If Trey Martin goes 9 spare strike, that would be a tie. See another strike down there from Seligman. Again, he's going to be in the 240s. Nice cover here for Corey. And now Trey Martin can step up into the 10th frame and grab game number 1. Here's Gary in game number 2. Again, he bowled 208 to 192 in the first game. Gary is looking to shut this one out 2 games to none. Currently, Gary working on an opening double, gets just 9 on that one. Sends a lot of pins over there. So here we go. A strike here will win it for the first game for Martin, and he gets it. Going to be the W there in game number 1 over Corey Umbrello, who finished with 203. So the strike there from Martin, that's 204. That's 1 pin better, still with a fill up here. Well, 214. So Faulkner up 1-0, Martin up 1-0, Seligman up 1-0, and Brad Miller up 1-0 as well. .214. Got you guys the standings here. Simplest way to do so. Race to 2. Oh, look at Gary sending those pins. I want to look at Gary's last shot again. Wow, what hit that? All right, McLaren after the open gets 3 in a row. Misses the head pin, and hey, why not 4 in a row now? Very fast play here on 11 and 12. A little bit slower pace here on 13 and 14. We're going to bounce out of here, check in on these matches. Seligman looking for the front 5. Feeding to the dry, trips out the 2 off the wall. How about that? Brad Miller starts with the front 5. Chandler Tisdale in some trouble here. Already down 1-0. It's a race to 2, everybody, if you're just tuning in. As soon as you win 2, you move on. Tisdale almost moving into must-strike territory here. Gets the strike on the right lane. We've got a little 300 to 290 max scores next door here. Seligman and Hardigan. Those are a couple of good frames there for Seligman. He that trip 2 and then a little high for a little 4-7 collapse there. Look at the 8 fall out for McLaren. Again, McLaren down 1-0 here versus Faulkner. McLaren can still bowl 257. Gary can bowl 246. Martin off to that 1-0 lead and has thrown the front 4 at Corey Umbrello. Nice shot there from Gary. Keeps it right on line. Still be in the 240s. Next one will make his opponent feel it just a little bit here. And Umbrello with his back against the wall here. He's been good on this right lane. Good again. Take a look at B-Rad now. Brad Miller bowled 268 the first game. Got the win over Chandler Tisdale, game number 2. Perfect so far through 5. Now through the face for a 3-6-10. Seligman and Hardigan. Hardigan does not want to be bounced from this tournament 2-0. He's putting up a fight. He's got spare 6-bagger. Now Chris here with an opportunity to step up for the front 7. Off 2 lackluster shots. Pures that one. Money. Money in the bank. Had a chance to sit down, clear his mind. Went up and executed perfectly to keep a 10-pin lead in that match. Now here's Corey. Can Corey find a double here in game number 2? He needs a strike on this left lane. He's staring at the front 4. He's down 1-0. Can he carry? That's inside a target. Goes Brooklyn. Can't catch the break. Just lost on this left lane. He knows it too. Gary 3-7-9s and picks the 3-7 off. Right now it looks like that one's going to go to a 3rd game. Speedy McLaren getting the work done here in game number 2. And they are going at a speedy pace over there. That is for sure. They are way ahead of everybody. Right up the drive. Boom. McLaren going to even things up 1-1 against Faulkner. Here we are. Lucas Hardigan, even though he's working on 290, he trails right now in this match. Tournament life on the line, and he knows it. And now he stuffs an 8-pin. 269 max. He still has a chance. He still has a chance in this one. Needs to spare it and strike out in the rest of the match to have a chance here. Tisdale just happy to get the strike. He can max at 227. Brad going at a 237 pace. Must strike situation here for Tisdale. Hardigan spares it up. Martin misses for the first time in this game, but does cover the spare. Tyler McLaren going to be the first man done here. He's going to be in the 250s now against Gary. Tisdale on the bottom right of your screen. Yeah, that's going to be all she wrote. Brad Miller is going to advance 2-0. Little sweep there. Martin back on it. Hardigan strikes. And now Gary just trying to get kind of lined up here after having 255 thrown at him. This is a free 10th frame to be able to try different things if you like. That's what Gary does, switches balls. Brad back on it on the right lane. Now here's the deal for Chris here. Seligman, 8 in a row, looking for 9 in a row. That's inside. Holds pocket. Seligman solidifying his advancement into the next round. Lucas Hardigan can still bowl 269. Seligman just needs a mark. Brad Miller cruising. Seligman to advance. He will advance with a strike. Front 10 now. Miller spares it. No, does not spare it. I thought that ball was going to continue to move over towards the right. But he's already got his opponent beat, so it doesn't matter. We're bouncing out of here. Those matches are over. Gary Faulkner getting lined up, but we've got this Trey Martin, Corey Umbrello match right here. This is the slowest pace match. Martin now. 10 pin. Seligman, front 11. Might bowl 300 here. Lucas Hardigan, bowl 269 is going to get beat. $299. Final score, $299. It's updating the graphic there. $299 for Chris Seligman. Great bowling, $247, $299 his first two games. And he will advance. Trey Martin. So we've got one match going to a game number 3 so far, and that's Faulkner and McLaren. And they are currently one frame in, tied, strike apiece. Not sure on what happens in a tie situation. I did not ask that question, Rep. Not sure what happens if there is a tie. 259 the max for Martin. And Corey Umbrello has found a way to strike on the left lane. He's still perfect on the right lane, heading back over to the left lane. He can bowl 250. Speedy McLaren here. He has got himself a nice look to the pocket. He's been up and down, but taking game 2, the momentum in his direction. Brad Miller finishing out. Already is 1. Gary Faulkner's got his hands full here. Uh-oh. Corey Umbrello in trouble here. Best he can do is 214. 229 pace for Trey Martin. A gift for Trey Martin. This Faulkner-McLaren match is going to be right down to the wire, I have a feeling. Gary with that nice ball change in the 10th frame. Sticking with it. Trey Martin going to close this one out. just about does it for Trey. Stay behind the foul line here. We got triple in Faulkner, McLaren. Faulkner, the first to miss, comes in light, 3-9. And he was talking about how it's tighter in the mid lane. Trey Martin. Oh no, a little 4-10 action here. Let's see what that does to the scoreboard. I think it's still enough. 214 the max for Umbrello. That is, yeah, that is enough. That's 223. Man. Stay behind the foul line he did, but he 4-10s. That's a good place for it if you're going to leave it in this tournament. Right there's the time to leave it, I guess. 225 and a W for Trey Martin. So Martin advances. So we're down to just one match. And it's the Faulkner-McLaren match. Again, if you're just tuning in, we've got 4 players that'll be coming over next. The winner of McLaren and Faulkner will get Carl Williams. Chris Seligman is going to be getting Boog Kroll in the next match. Trey Martin will be taking on Casey Murphy. And Brad Miller will be taking on James Cantieri. A little 4-6-10 there for Speedy. And if you're Gary Faulkner, you got to be liking that on the bench. Open frames. Coming down to it here. This is the very last match here before we move on to our next round. We're glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Thanks for being here, everybody. Watching a little bowling here on this Sunday. On July the 21st. Not quite noon here, Central Time frame. Miller, Seligman, Martin, all moving on. Who will move on here, Faulkner or McLaren? Faulkner in a good spot here now. Looks pretty good. Exactly where Gary likes to put it. Right in the 1-2. A lot of surface on that ball, very controlled. A little bit of shape to his angle to the pocket. A little right to left in the first half of the lane, then it just nicely, smoothly walks into the pocket. Throwing a, I believe that's the Magic Gym, I think he told me it was. Again, we have PBA champions still left in our field. National champions, Boog Kroll, Eric Jones, Gary Faulkner. Gary with a break there, tripping out the 3 and the 9 on that light hit with a massive double. So here is McLaren, Speedy, as they like to call him, up quickly with speed. Attacking the dry with speed. Strike. So when we look at this particular match, 278 is the max for Gary. 255 for Speedy. So still a match. Can't call it yet. Our next matches will come up immediately after these matches. Bracket round number 2 coming up. McLaren, boom, delivers. This is where we might start to see a little bit more time being taken. Tournament life on the line. $6,000 at stake here for first place. Nice shot right there. Pured it, Gary Faulkner. Looking good here mid-game. 3 frames to play. .23-pin lead right now for Faulkner. That was the best shot Gary may have thrown on that left lane after coming in a little light on the last one. Absolutely pures it on lane 11. McLaren must strike in the 8th and 9th frames to have any chance in this match. And gassed it a little bit. Leaves the 3-9. We've seen that kind of be in the leave here on this pair for these lefties. 3-pin combinations. Down lane, sometimes it just doesn't read off the end of the pattern, but if you set it short into the lane, it wants to check instantly. So you've got to really be nice to it and give that bowling ball a little bit of time to get back to the pocket. He did not in that case. Adrenaline flowing a little quick. So 233 the max now. And it looks like Gary is going to be moving on. The rest of the game has to be bowled, but Gary in the driver's seat. Something disastrous would have to happen here. Cleary must strike on this ball, though. And comes in light for the 6-7-9. Gary, though, is still going to want to get some information here. .209 the max for McCleary. Gary Faulkner is going to move on after this shot right here. Yep, that's going to do it. Gary Faulkner advances. So we had 3 sweeps. And this quicker match here, the fastest match, getting done here in just under an hour. We'll see what the final scores are. 278 the max, 209. Faulkner, Martin, Seligman, and Miller advancing. We'll bring in our new players here coming up in our next round. Action will get underway very quickly. James Cantieri and Brad Miller, Casey Murphy and Trey Martin, Boog Kroll and Chris Seligman, Carl Williams and Gary Faulkner coming up next. Nice tournament for all the guys that have been eliminated at this point in the event. And folks, that's going to do it for round number 1.
Right.
I am not going to break the stream.
I got a 1-round 5. We're going to open up lane 9 and 10, straight to post and practice shots before we get started with our next round.
Practice pair becoming available for
4 of y'all
the top 4 seeds.
need to warm up, go on to lane 9 and 10.
So round 2 coming up next. Best of 3 matches, single elimination, right here on Inside Bowling. I'll be back with you in a moment.
2. Me, Eric, are going to get into a fight before we're done here. All right. If I can have the seeds 5 through 8 get to your lane, as well as those matches. I'm rambling. All right. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, throw a shot, start practice. You're going to get 4 minutes.
All right, everybody, we'd like to welcome you back in to continuing coverage. 2024 Spa City Open here from Central Bowling Lanes, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Mike Flanagan here with you. I want to thank Josh Imhoff and his entire crew for letting me come out, stream this event. Appreciate everybody watching here on YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We now insert our 5th through 8th seeds to also go along with all of the advancers that just came along for the ride, getting the job done here in bracket round number 1. I've conveniently got it up here on the screen. Best of 3 matches coming up here. We have Miller versus Canteri over here on 11 and 12. On lanes 13 and 14, we've got Williams versus Faulkner. Bottom right of your screen, you'll see Murphy versus Martin, Kroll versus Seligman. So that's what we have for you here. The winners of these matches are going to draw new opponents. Those opponents receiving 2 buys is number 1 overall, Eric Jones. Number 3 overall, Zach Wilkins. Number 2 overall, Spencer Robarge. And number 4 overall, Michael Holloman. Those players are still waiting to bowl, and they will bowl the winners here. The winner of the Williams-Faulkner match will get Eric Jones. The winner of the Kroll-Seligman match will get Zach Wilkins. The winner of the Murphy-Martin match will get Spencer Robarge. And the winner of the Canteri and Miller match will get the winner, will get Michael Holloman. That's what that is. So here we go. Best of 3 once again. Even Steven, 0-0 to start things here. And we will continue to roll on. And the lanes will not be re-oiled. They are bowling on top of whatever they just had bowl on the pair. And it looks like Carl Williams is going to get things started here for us. He led A-Squad qualifying yesterday. He's got a great look. Again, number 8 seed overall. Taking on Gary Faulkner. Brad Miller and James Canteri. Canteri was in the top 4 most of the event. What do you guys think of this format? I really like it. There's something on the line all the time. We're eliminating players every round. We'll hang out here with Gary for a shot, and then we'll invert. We've got multiple PBA champions now on our screen. Boog Kroll, Gary Faulkner, both winners on the professional tour. And there is the boogeyman, lane 21, kicking a little something off the approach. One thing I love about Kroll is his open feet, pointed towards the right, hips open, shoulders open. Watch this ball get out to the right. Always projecting the ball to the right. Didn't project that one enough. Casey Murphy, you don't normally see him miss the head pin. Not happy with that. Trey Martin, Casey Murphy, Boog Kroll, and Chris Seligman. Seligman just bowled 550 for his 2 games in the last round, including a 299 game. Trey Martin. It's a pretty good shot right there. Back over here, 11 through 14 bay. B-Rad. Down and through the shot again. Boy, has he really been working on his game. I know he didn't like the way that one came off the end of the pattern, but from an execution level here, from what we can see, very balanced, hit the strike pocket. You keep making shots like that, Brad, you'll go very far in this event unless you run into just a buzzsaw like we just saw Lucas Hardigan run into with Chris Seligman. Carl Williams with the spare. He's got a mixed bag up there. Strike, open, spare. A little bit of everything. Not really what you want at this stage of the event. All right, here's Brad now, left lane. Sticking it. Boom. How about that pin dancing across the deck? Faulkner looking for an opening triple. I've been really impressed with Canteri, though. He has been really solid this entire event. I think Brad's going to have his hands full here. Gary getting a nosebleed. He's really far inside there. Canteri bottom right of your screen. Casey Murphy up front and center. Casey just doesn't look comfortable right now. That wasn't his best shot. Might even be a little bit of a timing issue for Casey on that one. Looked like he was pulling that shot through. Casey, a veteran. Gary just missed the spare. And Gary mentioned that his spare shooting hasn't been good. He came over to me and told me his spare shooting has not been good, and he was just dead looking at me coming off the approach as if to confirm, Mike, my spare shooting has not been good. Tell me in the chat, who do you guys think is going to win this entire event? Who is your pick to win? Wrap 7. And when I mention a nosebleed, I mean when you're in a whenever you're doing anything where you're in uncomfortable territory, they call it the nosebleed section at an arena when you're way up top, a little uncomfortable. And when Gary's playing that deep on the lanes, I'm just saying that's nosebleed territory. Murphy, are you going to get a strike? Are you going to get, you missed the head pin twice on the left lane. What is going on, Casey Murphy? This is the pair where Seligman just bowled about 550. Something weird's going on here. This is totally, I would not have guessed this for Casey Murphy. Good thing it's a 3-game match. If I'm Casey, more than likely, if my opponent goes up and throws a double, I'm probably going to forfeit game 1 and just get lined up and take my chances. The boogeyman, little messenger off the wall, no problem at all. It's also funny to see Casey and Boog right next to each other, both from the Springfield area. Springfield, Missouri, quite a hotbed for bowling, actually. Of course, you can't mention Springfield, Missouri without talking about the great late Sean Swanson, gone too soon. For whatever reason, every event I stream, I think of Sean Swanson. We really miss him. One of the best players to come out of the state of Missouri of all time. Weber would tell you the same. Carl Williams, our 8 seed up, front and center. Boog wraps a 10 on the bottom right side of your screen, simultaneous action. Nice shot there from Carl. Canturi with a chance to take a lead here. Gets the 6 to fall. A little high flusher right there. Loving the pink shoes, by the way. Gary comes back with a strike. He's happy. Trey Martin, bottom right of your screen. Keeping Murphy in the match. You know, Murphy's ready to bowl. He's already right there at the lanes. Canturi working on 290 max score here. I may not have a YouTube channel, but I got 5 in a row, Brad. What do you say about that? Faulkner here to keep it a single-digit lead for his opponent, but wraps the 7. If you're Brad here, I mean, I really think you're going to have your hands full. Great shot from Brad. He's setting that ball into the lane like it's on a glass coffee table, and it's not going to shatter. He's throwing it so good into the lane right now. And I don't know, I think maybe the right bay is tilted. I think the whole right bay just got tilted in an earthquake or something, because now we've seen a head pin miss here from Seligman. All right, Casey, you like the middle of the lane? No. 4, 6, 7 from Casey. I mean, these guys have been bowling so great in this event, and you're seeing them miss the head pin now down here. Very, very, very bizarre. Brad covers the 10, and he needs to just stay within himself and just keep making good shots and not worry about what his opponent's doing right now. Otherwise, you can start making all these changes and trying to throw 8-baggers, and next thing you know, you find yourself staring at 170 or 180, and you're out of the tournament driving home saying, why the hell did I do that? Okay, can Casey Murphy hit the head pin here? His last 2 shots, he's missed the head pin on this lane. Oh yeah, he's hitting the head pin. Barely though, 2 8s. What is Casey Murphy going to do on lanes 19 and 20? And this is one of those things where you see a crafty veteran like Murphy, and we could be sitting here in 30 minutes and go, and Casey Murphy wins 2-1. How the hell did he do that? Well, that's because he's gonna have to make some sort of move. Boog crawls into a different ball. That looked good. Boogeyman is striking. That's the one guy I probably wouldn't want to bowl in this round is Boog out of everybody. Canteri, he kind of scares me too, but Boog Kroll, it's nasty. Canteri with another strike. Looks like they groove the lanes for this man. It looks so easy. After the open frame here from Carl Williams, Gary Faulkner looking to capitalize, but we're starting to see a bunch of light hits across the building. Light, 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 light. Gary standing at a 3.679. You know, if you're Brad, you just got to keep putting it on that coffee table and let it peel. And you know, that one there, it looked like Brad was a little further in with his feet and his targeting. Might have moved a little left. It's pretty firm too. It was a very aggressive shot. Could have struck. Gary gives it a run. Now Gary trailing in that match now by 10. Brad in trouble in game 1. Bounce out of there. Trey Martin with a big strike there. He is putting it to Casey Murphy. And Boog right now with a little bit of a decent lead here. 110 in the 5th. Yeah, he's got about 23 pin lead here. 23 pin lead over Seligman. And now a Brooklyn strike for Seligman. That was dead left off his hand. Casey Murphy looks like he's moving right, balling down. And can't quite throw enough pins at the 10. I think that was a phase 2. Boog. Hello, sweetness. 3 in a row. Canteri is just unbelievable. Unbelievable, this guy. I can't believe that he doesn't get 2 buys. Zach Wilkins went around him. He's been in the top 4 the whole event. All right. Carl Williams over there, keeping his lead against Faulkner. The boogeyman, bottom right of your screen, goes through the face. Casey Murphy, what's he going to do here? Phase 2, and shoots the 7 down a little late. Pulled out his BB gun, shot that thing. Let's watch Boog throw at the baby split. Why not? Whee! There you go. Perfect. I just wanted to show you guys how you pick it. Textbook. All right, hey, if you're Carl Williams, you got to be happy with that. Striking the 8th and the 9th, still got 2:18 left. Gary can bowl 198. Well, Gary's in trouble. Cantiri's going to get the win in game 1. 279 with a spare. Gets it. Casey Murphy strikes on the right lane. Brad misses the head pin. Just trying other things. Best Gary can bowl is 172. These matches are going to get done a little bit before the others. Seligman and Kroll, the only match here that's still left to be decided. Strike in the 9th there, still gives him a little life. Big shot here for Boog Kroll. Beautiful strike. Go over here, it was 151 for Gary Faulkner. 218 for Carl Williams, the official final there. Brad 2-8s. So Boog here, if he goes 9 spare strike, that would be 218. His opponent, the best he can do is 207. So a mark here. I think 9 would even do it. Up. Boog Kroll goes up 1 zip. So there you have it. Cantiri up 1-0 on Miller. Williams up 1-0 on Faulkner. Martin up 1-0 on Murphy, and Kroll up 1-0 on Seligman. And coming up in the next round, just so you guys know, the winner of Cantiri Looks like I have an issue here with my spelling. There we go. Now I think I have it correct. The winner of Canteri and Miller is going to take on Michael Holloman. The winner of Murphy and Martin is going to take on Spencer Robarge. The winner of Boog Kroll and Seligman are going to take on Zach Wilkins. And the Williams-Faulkner match will take on Eric Jones. Coming up here. $237 for Boog. We know Seligman can bowl really high scores. He just did in the last round, so he gets lined up. Boog Kroll, he could be, in trouble, have to go 3 games. Action underway here, tournament life on the line. Over here on 11, 12, 13, and 14 for Brad Miller and Gary Faulkner currently. Brad in a dogfight here. So I mentioned in the last game that Brad doesn't need to panic. He just needs to keep hitting the 1-3 and not have to search around too much. Well, if Canteri goes up and doubles on his next 2, Brad's going to start to feel the squeeze and the pressure quite a bit here. Casey Murphy, like the pro that he is, after bowling 142, no big deal. Front 3 here. We're just going to start with 3 in a row. He's got his fan out. Oh boy, the boogeyman feeding it. Boog just strikes every time he hits the 1-3. I mean, if he gets it to the 1-3, it's a strike. I mean, it's uncanny. It's unbelievable. And Gary says, don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. I'm the 2015 champion. Major champion. Seligman just leaves a 4-pin against Boog. Canteri is just hanging around, letting Brad hang around. Brad's a poker player, for those of you that get that reference. Spare, 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 all night long, spare. Pay the man his money. All right, here we go. Canteri. Well, we're seeing down lane wiggle across the board, except for Boog Kroll. A lot of players experiencing down lane wiggle now, meaning the bowling ball does not want to recover off the end of the pattern. Canteri running into that. That might be the life preserver that Brad Miller needed. And how about that wicked messenger 10 not connecting for Carl Williams? Casey Murphy open with the front 4 down on your bottom right. Can Brad Miller strike again on the right lane? He does. 5-pin was late though, Brad. Just saying. Casey goes Brooklyn. Just don't see that. All right, take a look at this. Watch the 10-pin here on Carl Williams' shot. That's nasty. That is just nasty. Williams now up in the fourth. 2 4-10s. Down lane wiggle. Everybody's getting tight down lane. You can see it. You can see it from here. Can Brad double? Can he get a strike on the left lane? He gave it all he possibly could and wrapped 10s, and that is just a death punch to the head. That it just hurts so bad. He pured that one. I have no skin in this game, but when you're Brad trying to battle here, so much he's trying to overcome. He had a rough season. Starting to turn it back on. If he could get some momentum going, it frees up the arm swing. If he could get a win here this weekend, it would be massive for his confidence. See Casey Murphy back on it. See Gary has moved back to the left and tightened up his angle. Much better. He's checking his watch. Yeah, that was much better. Yeah, that's good. So Brad has the lead here in the match. In this game, number 2, and Canteri is back with a strike. No surprise there. This guy, he's tough. He's really tough. Trey Martin, he likes this right lane. Doesn't mind it at all. Doesn't make a good shot, though, on that one. And the Kroll match is a little bit further behind. That'll be the last one to finish up here. Back over to Gary. Hey, everybody, I'm Gary Faulkner. Moved a little bit left, up my ball speed. I think he balled down also, and now he's got himself an 80% strike percentage through 5 frames. Canteri, he slaps the 7 out. Now you got a double staring you in the face there, Brad. Canteri just took the lead in the match while you were sitting on the bench. Brad loves the right lane. We'll see if we can figure out the left lane. Nice shot there from Carl Williams. Again, folks, we're in game number 2, best of 3 matches. Canteri up 1-0 over Miller. Williams up 1-0 over Faulkner. Martin up 1-0 over Murphy, and Kroll up 1-0 over Seligman. We've got all the matches on your screen right now. Picture in picture right here on Inside Bowling. Brad trying to get it to wheel. Remember that last shot came in light. The 5 was last to fall. Now that one just airmails on him. That one there just lopes down lane. 2-8-10. Brad Miller's tournament life in jeopardy right now here in the 7th frame here in game number 2 of bracket round number 2. And then you see Carl Williams next door. A little high on the head pin. When the lanes are getting tight for the players, he's a 4-pin. So let's look at the max scores here for Brad and Canteri right now. Brad can bowl 216. Canteri can bowl 244. You know Brad's striking on this left lane this time because he didn't strike on the right lane. That's just the way bowling works sometimes. You just know what's going to happen. You got Brad, you got Casey up simultaneously. Gary on deck. There's a strike from Brad, a strike from Casey. We're going to watch Gary, then we're going to go check the scoreboards over here on the right side of your screen here, or the right bay, right of me here in the booth. Gary, beautiful shot. Faulkner looking to even it up. Should even it up right now. Oh, a little late 10 fall there. How about that? For Seligman, you got Canteri looking for a triple down below. Gets it. Brad is in trouble. Casey Murphy working on 279, randomly pulled out of a hat. Murphy. Boom daddy. Unbelievable, this guy. That's why the best of 3 matches sometimes are the coolest thing to watch in bowling. Very much like Dumb and Dumber. How can you go and do something so stupid and then totally redeem yourself? Canteri up in the 9th here, looking to close it out against Miller. Oh, and he gets the light bucket mixer. My goodness gracious. Call Colonel Sanders. That bucket tasted really nice for James. But that was the nastiest chicken Brad's ever laid his eyes on. 2:44 left for Canteri. The best Brad can do is 2:16. If Brad strikes out, Canteri will have to mark in the 10th frame. Crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened in our sport. Yeah, Carl Williams. Fighting it out over here. Can still get to 2:14. Gary going at a 2:24 pace. Brad, 10th frame. All right. That's a Brad hit there. That's a Brad hit. When that 6-pin falls late, that's all Brad Miller all day long. All right, Seligman trying to hang in there against Boog Kroll. Casey Murphy. Right now, Trey Martin says, "Hey Casey, I see your couple triples up there. Well, I'm hanging around too. I'm right here. Just give me an opening, please." Casey with a little bit of a whip at the bottom on that one. Look at him. He's like, "I'll whip that one." That's for you, Mike, up in the booth. Thank you, Casey. Brad did double. Brad had a t-shirt, he and Kyle, called Spray and Pray. Well, Brad needs to spray this one, sit down on the bench, and pray for an opening in a game number 3. Gary stuffs a little 6-pin here. 215 is the magic number for Gary. His opponent can bowl 214. Of course, Brad crumbles the bucket there on his fill shot. So 216. So let's just do 9 out here for Canteri. That would be 124, 154, 183, 202. That would be 211. 9 out would be 211 for Canteri. So he must have a mark here. I don't think it's going to be any problem. Nope. Strike will do it right there. James Canteri is going to take down Brad Miller and move on. Canteri wins 2-0. Nice run for Brad. It was great covering Brad here at this event. He's throwing the ball really well. A nice, respectable finish here for Brad, but he just runs into a wrecking machine here in James Canteri. We had a big 4 picked up. I'm up here also trying to do other things. I missed the big 4. I haven't really been paying attention to the chat either. I'm trying to switch the cameras and move everything around, update everything. So, yeah, I did miss the big 4. I saw the split conversion. I didn't know what it was. So that's my bad. Give me a -1 on that one. But I'll tell you what, Trey Martin here, he's hanging in here. Trey Martin can bowl 248. I believe that makes Murphy, if he strikes out, Murphy would have to get a mark as well. Boog Kroll after the open frame. Seligman with the strike there. We've got 9 count here. So Faulkner's going to even that one up. Casey Murphy's going to even this one up. 234 for Trey Martin. Just coming off of 236. That's pretty good. Seligman, nice shot there. Trying to battle back against Boog. Casey Murphy, man, he's on cruise control right now. I mean, it's just amazing, this guy. Just amazing. It's like, what up, Casey? What up, Mike? How you doing? I bowled 140 the first game. This is like a Century Award plus 30. You guys might hear like a bowling ball being sanded. That's Eric Jones on the concourse doing it by our mic. Boog with the strike. What was the final here? 221 possible for Gary to 180. That one's going 3. That's both matches now for Faulkner have gone 3 games. It's the only match that went 3 the last round. But we already know that Murphy and Martin are going to go to a 3rd game. Got it. Boog Kroll. So Boog can bowl 244, 236 the max for Seligman. So that's striking the 9th. Boog, you could tell he had a little extra emotion in that one. He cannot be shut out now. How about Murphy's 268? 268 to 234, 1-1. Against James Canteri, defeats Brad Miller 2-0. Williams and Faulkner 1-1. And now that 4-pin does not roll for Seligman. Trey Martin now starting out the 3rd game against Casey Murphy. He bowled 234, 236. What do you guys think? You think if he bowls 235 this game, it's enough to beat Casey Murphy? I think 235 would be a winner in this game by either player. I would take 235. Casey 4 pins to start this one. Yeah, guys, I'm trying to keep up with the action as much as possible. I'm loving the matches as much as you guys are. Yeah, when Gary made the big 4, I think he big forward and I moved on, and I was trying to navigate some things up here in the booth. I've got a score sheet I'm writing down on. I've got my module here that I need to switch the cameras for you guys, and I'm also updating the scoreboard so you guys, when new viewers come in, they can see what's going on, and I just completely spaced the big 4. Gary, though, I see him down there striking. Gary gets the double. Gary just gave me the look and the nod and the smile. He keeps going 3 games. And hey, Chris Seligman, a nice bowl in this event. Looks like he's going to go down here 204 there, and Boog's got that pretty much in the bank here. Just for mathematical purposes, we won't update the scoreboard until Boog throws his first ball here in the 10th. But nice covering you, a nice event. All those that get eliminated here, nice event. Brad Miller and Chris Seligman. Here we go. Boog Kroll needs a few pins here. He's going to get her done. The Boogeyman, as we like to call him here on Inside Bowling. Bada boom. Oh, that's left. Holy Toledo. What in the world was that, Boog? What in the world? Casey Murphy, spare strike. I can officially update the graphic. Boog Kroll, 2-zip. Moving on. And then, of course, on top of that, these guys are going to bowl at the same time. Not a good shot there by Trey. Gary now with 3 in a row. 3 in a row each in this one here. Carl Williams, Gary Faulkner. All right, spare there. Over to Gary. Again, we've got a bunch of viewers here. Got a lot of new viewers coming in to our broadcast. We'd like to welcome you in. You're watching the 2024 Spa City Open. Central Bowling Lanes is where we're at here in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I'm Mike Flanagan bringing the coverage. I want to thank Josh Imhoff for the invite. He's our tournament director and the brainchild behind this event. He's got a great crew running the event here this weekend. And we're glad you're with us. We had 96 players. We are down to bracket round number 2. Single elimination matches, best 2 out of 3. Gary Faulkner opening with 4 in a row. 2 matches here in our bracket round number 2 that are going the distance, 3 games. We see the Faulkner-Williams match and, of course, the Casey Murphy and Trey Martin match. Also, Casey goes Brooklyn. What's happening here, folks, is they're starting to hook early and they're getting tight down lane. And it's causing havoc for the players. Williams with a strike. So even Steven, 4 in a row for each. And that's what makes these matches so much fun, so exciting. Is when you get players lined up and it's just who will not strike first. Still have 4 players we have not seen yet. They are our top 4 seeds. They will be inserted with the winners coming up. Eric Jones, number 1 seed. Spencer Robarge, number 2 seed. Zach Wilkins, number 3 seed. And Michael Holloman, the number 4 seed. Now over to Murphy, as we've got 5 in a row now for Carl Williams. Murphy getting that ball to tip and drives the 5 into the 7. Those 2 frames from Casey there, that little wave was a, oh my goodness gracious, thank you, I'll take it and run. Take it on the run, baby. Because that's the way we want it, baby, right? Here we go. Faulkner to even it up through 5 for an opening 10-bagger between these 2 players. There it is. And Martin gets a strike simultaneously over on the high end here in the Big Bay. So we got a 290 to 280 possible game here, 19 and 20 to advance on and still have a chance of taking home the title here. And then next door, we've got nobody missing so far. With Gary and Carl. And these guys are going to bowl at the same time again. Trey Martin first. Gary Faulkner, I guess, next. Here we go. Trey Martin. Huge shot. Needed it. Needed that one. Now here's Gary looking for an opening six-pack halfway home to 3 bills if he can do it here. And Gary gets it. I think Gary's just hoping he strikes every shot because he is not feeling good about his spare game right now. I don't think Gary wants to have to make a 7-pin in the 10th frame to win and advance. I think he needs strikes, and so far he's got them all. But so does his opponent. Here's Murphy now off the Brooklyn. Brooklyn's the last time on that lane, and now he's happy. That was a battle right there for Casey, and he executed. Here we go. Back over here at 13 and 14. Carl Williams looking to match Faulkner here. Oh, roll, roll, roll. Gets it. How about them apples? Rolls it. Rolls that 10. How about that? I think they call that clean living. Somebody told me that once. Real quick, I want to get that replay in. Take a look at this. Ooh. Boom. Back to live action. Gets the next one. Bottom right of your screen. Murphy up quickly. Nobody has missed in that match. And now Murphy airmails it a little bit. He's happy not to leave the 10. That's all that emotion right there. The safe play here. He's happy not to leave the 2, 4, 8, 10. He considers this a break to get 7. Because 6 is real trouble for Casey. 7, he can manage that. There's plenty of game left. My guess is Casey's going to be throwing at this before Gary steps up on the approach. Gary has taken a ton of time right now. More time than I've seen him take this entire event. Casey, don't miss this. Okay, over to Gary. He's got a match. He's got 6 in a row. So much time here. Hook. Just gassed it. Just completely gassed it. Took a lot of time, like I said. That was just quick off his hand. I could see it right here. I'm sure you all could see it at home as well. Gary was just a little firm there. Leaves the 3. He can still bowl 279. We got a real possibility of a tie over there at 279. I just feel it. Here we go. Trey just keeps singing that song. Just keeps singing that song. Hit that 1-3. Gary covers the spare. That's a little mental victory there for Gary as well. Just covering a spare. I don't mean to be harping on Gary's spare game, but he's the one that told me that his spare game's atrocious right now. So I don't think he minds me talking about it. So who's going to bowl first? My guess is Trey. Gary's looking over at Trey. What you going to do? You going to go? And Gary's going to go first. Here we go. I don't want to say he's in must-strike territory here, but, you know, you got to just assume that your opponent's not going to carry every shot, right? So Gary made a bad shot and left the 3-pin, which really wasn't that awful. Gets back on the strike train, and Trey strikes as well. So these guys just refuse to pace it out for us up here in the booth and you guys at home, but that's okay. We're gonna roll with it. So Casey Murphy can bowl 267. Trey Martin can bowl 280. And then we've got this ridiculous match next door, and these guys are gonna bowl like simultaneously here. Okay, Casey gets it to tip, and Carl Williams says, "Hey Gary, you missed. I'm not missing. I'm not missing today. I've got the front 8. This 9th frame shot for Williams is just massive. Casey as well. I mean, every single shot now is massive for every player. All right, Williams is going to go first. Little in. Stuffs a 9. And I'm just going to say right here, that looked into me from my vantage point. I was thinking 4-pin, but he stuffs the 9. So there's that possibility of a tie. And he knows he didn't execute it quite the way that he wanted to. Here we go. Casey Murphy up in the 8th. Trying to beg for the 9 to fall and does not. Now he's up against the ropes. He's in some trouble now. Needed that one. And if I'm being brutally honest here, this whole match here for Casey, the second game was super impressive, but he's got a Brooklyn in there this game. He almost 2-4-8-10 on the left lane. Now he almost, he came in high there for 9. Casey's just in a spot here where I don't think he's been as lined up as his opponent, Trey Martin. Trey Martin probably deserves the win there, but there's still a lot of bowling left. Now here we go. It's game on here for Gary now in the 9th. And that's perfect. Gary absolutely, what we like to say sometimes, nutted. He nutted that shot. That was a 10 out of 10 for Gary. Trey Martin up on the right lane now, and he sees this match is his. He can clinch his fist here with a couple of strikes here in the 8th and the 9th to make his life easy. He's been living right there and leaves the solid 8. That was also a perfectly thrown 10 out of 10 shot there for Trey. What a horrible break. Horrible break. My goodness. All right. Gary now up in the 10th frame. Whatever he does, his opponent's going to have to match here. Max scores a 279 apiece. Trey gets the spare. Gary, that looks online. All right. Gary gets the first one. Man, these matches. Ah, boy, I feel for Trey on that last shot. I really do. I mean, that was just pure. Trey's got this hat on backwards, and we saw Lucas Hardigan lose with the hat on backwards. And we're going to have Zach Wilkins coming up here in the next group of matches, and he's going to have his hat on backwards. If I'm Zach Wilkins, I'm not putting the hat on backwards if Casey Murphy defeats Trey Martin. Good shot there from Trey. Up quickly there and working. We'll get a scoreboard update over there in just a moment. Gary's second shot in the 10th. Oh, collapses the 3. That was a little quick too, but gets away with it. So here's the scoreboard tells the story, right, folks? As the great Nelson Burton Jr. used to say, 259, the max score for Trey Martin. Casey Murphy can max at 247. Casey Murphy can apply a lot of pressure here, gets the 10 out. Gets the 10 out. Now back over to Gary here. This shot is massive here on the fill. It applies so much pressure. A strike here applies so much pressure. A 9 count makes the other opponent get a little bit loose sitting there. Arm swing will get looser if he does not get a strike, but he does get the strike. 279 posted on the board. Gary Faulkner, what a game. Had the one shot that was a little quick, left the 3-pin, and now he also had another shot a little quick as well. Was able to collapse the 3-pin out. Carl Williams left that little sticky 9 on a little bit of a high flush shot there in the 9th after opening up with the first 8 strikes in a row. He is up next. He's going to work quickly. He needs them all to force a roll off. Gets the first one. I'm telling you, this game's going to be tied. Murphy now to apply pressure to get in the 240s is going to need a double in the 10th, and now he leaves the 10-pin. And he's a little upset about that. Really would have liked to seen that one carry. But this has been a tough match for Casey here. This pair has not been super friendly for him. And now the best he can do is 227, which I believe needs a mark if he spare strikes. Oh, quickly here. And this match is over. Gary Faulkner, 279, is going to advance. What an event for Carl Williams, though. Great bowling, Carl. Leaves this 10-pin here. Somebody had to lose. Both players, in my opinion, are winners in this match. That was entertaining as hell. Thank you, gentlemen, for the show. Casey missed the spare and just hand gifted this one here to Trey Martin. I missed that. Too much going on. Just too much action. These guys are bowling too quick. But this one's over now. Over now. Completely over. Gary Faulkner. 2-zip. And Martin, 2-1. So I think I've got that updated. All right, here we go. It seems like an hour ago that Brad Miller was defeated by James Canteri. But Canteri advances, Faulkner advances, Martin advances, and Boog Kroll advances into our next round. Bracket round number 3 is going to be coming up next right here on Inside Bowling. We are going to see 4 new players come in and join these 4 advancers. Eric Jones, Zach Wilkins, Spencer Robarge, Michael Holloman. I'm going to grab a water. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to get organized here because we got more action coming up right here on Inside Bowling. Glad you're with us. 2024 Spa City Open. Bracket round number 2 in the books. Bracket round number 3 coming up next.
white Kia SUV. Your trunk is open. Go close it.
Hey folks, just real quick, I want to hop on and tell you who we got bowling who, and then I'll be on to bring you the action just like the last round. Down on lanes 11 and 12, we've got Zach Wilkins taking on Bud Kroll. 13 and 14, we got Michael Holloman taking on James Canteri. And then over here on lanes 19 and 20, Gary Faulkner taking on Eric Jones. And then we got Trey Martin taking on Spencer Robarge here on lanes 21 and 22. I have to update some graphics, but they get 4 minutes of practice on their starting pairs, and then we'll get right into the best of 3 matches. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Mike with you. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, I'd like to welcome you back to the 2024 Spa City Open inaugural event here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, here at Central Bowling Lanes. I want to thank Josh Imhoff and his staff for having me here. We've got 4 more matches for you here as we're down to the 1 to 16 seeds round, as I'm calling this. And what's the most interesting to me is when we look at these matchups here, a left to right, 11 and 12, we've got Kroll and Wilkins, a couple of PBA veterans here squaring off. That's going to be one heck of a match over there. Kroll, the number 6 seed, Wilkins, the number 3 seed. Right next door as we slide over, we've got James Cantieri, who's the number 5 seed, taking on Michael Holloman, the number 4 seed. So those 4 seeds have advanced as they should. You've got 3, 4, 5, and 6 in that part of the bracket. As we move over here, and we have all the matches all the time in picture here, so don't worry about that. When we go over to Eric Jones, our number 1 seed, he is bowling against Gary Faulkner, who was outside of the cut with a game to go here today in the Cashers round. To bowl 260 the last game to jump in by a few pins over Kendall Martin. And now Gary Faulkner is the number 16 seed taking on the number 1 seed. If this was an NCAA March Madness bracket, this would be your UConn taking on Our Lady of the Mud Puddle. But of course, Gary Faulkner is not an Our Lady of the Mud Puddle. He just happened to qualify in as the 16th seed. And that's what makes bowling so much different here, as Gary Faulkner is a PBA national champion. And if I'm Eric Jones, I really wouldn't want to be bowling Gary Faulkner right here as the 16th seed. Both players are PBA champions. So very interesting match here. A lot of storylines. And then we move over to lanes 21 and 22, where we just saw Trey Martin defeat Casey Murphy. Trey Martin bowled extremely well all 3 games, bowled over 700. Now he's taken on young Spencer Robarge, who's going to be throwing urethane rocket to the pocket. May experience some carry issues from time to time, but Spencer is going to throw a bunch at him. And Spencer, of course, a member of Team USA. He's a shocker team champion in the Intercollegiate Bowling Championships, and just an unbelievable resume under his belt as a youth bowler. So we've got a lot of great talent left here in the event here with the 8 players that are left. There are no more players to insert. This will be it. After this round, we will go down to just 4 lanes, and we'll have our round of 4. And then, of course, the winners of each one of those matches will square off to see who's going to take home the inaugural 2024 Spa City Open Championship trophy and title here. So on the left side of your screen, you see it's best of 3 matches. Wilkins, Kroll, Holloman, Cantieri, Jones, Faulkner, Robarge, Martin. And as we get things started here is the battle of the Southpaws. Faulkner and Jones all squared away, perfect through 2 frames. Trey Martin also perfect through 2 frames. And Spencer Robarge, perfect through 2 frames. I haven't put the oil pattern on the screen in a little while. I'm going to do that briefly here, just in case you're just joining us. You can see the pattern. It's very scoreable, 6-to-1 ratio, 27 milliliters of oil, 42 feet in length. It's got a lot of shape around the 10th board, which is the second arrow, which is the second triangle that everybody likes to throw the ball to, so that's why the scorer pace is so high. But they have gotten tricky with no re-oils here in the bracket play. There will be no more re-oils, as they are starting to hook a little bit in the fronts, and the oil is pushing down the lane, which can cause a little bit of havoc, as we've seen in some of these best of 3 matches. Every player still perfect through 2.5 frames. Robarge trying to extend that here on lane 22. And that's what we see sometimes, a little wiggle down lane. And is that half a loaf, or is that a 6 count? Is that a 60%, or do we call that the half loaf here? That is 6. Okay. Eric Jones has been our tournament leader. He's been the class of the tournament, and maybe that's why, because that shot there was right through the nose, and he trips out the big 4. Casey, good seeing you, bro. Nice bowling. Nice event. All right, let's head back over to here. Here's Michael Holloman now. He's looking to tie up the match, but wraps a 7-pin, extreme inside angle. Holloman, of course, taking on James Cantieri. Battle of lefties there. And Boog Kroll converts the 3, 6, 7, 10 like it's no problem at all. got Zach Wilkins up here. Backwards hat. I told you he'd have the backwards hat on. Zach living in Kansas City, Missouri now for the last couple of years, ever since COVID. And his game was really elevated this year on the PBA Tour. He's top 8 in points. A breakout season for this young man, taking on another player at a breakout season. Won 2 titles this year in Boog Kroll. And Wilkins looking about as good as he did in his second attempt at qualifying here. He re-entered last night. Didn't think he'd have enough score. Turned out he would have had enough score, but he was able to extend things. And look, he's earned himself a couple of buys because he decided to bowl last night, which means more guaranteed prize money. Let's take a look at Holloman here. Playing inside. Looking good out there. So strikes aplenty across the entire landscape of our 2 bays of lanes, 8 total lanes. Also, I don't really talk about this stuff very often, but to those of you that may not only be tuned into our broadcast today, whenever breaking news in the United States comes out, I like to at least make people aware of it. I am not going to share any opinion in any way, but it does look like President Joe Biden has dropped out of the presidential race after extreme pressure from the Democratic Party for him to potentially step down and let someone else step in our presidential election here stateside. So breaking news just came out a few minutes ago. Joe Biden drops out, and we shall see what happens here in the United States. It's quite possible that Kamala Harris would be the new Democratic nominee, which could possibly be the first time in history in the United States that we could have a female president. Again, I'm not taking any opinions here whatsoever, and I would prefer you to keep those out of the chat room. I'm just reporting on the news as news is happening here live during our event here, like any other network would do. James Canteri. This guy is just nails. I mean, I've never really watched him bowl, but he's been unbelievable. He's got the front 6 at Holloman. Kroll, spare, double, spare, strike, that big split he converted. And Wilkins is working on 290, and there's that down lane wiggle that we've seen. It's made this pattern a little on the tricky side. Faulkner leaves the 3-pin. That's kind of the leave that we see him leave. He gets a little quick with it. In his 279 game, that's the pin that he left. Eric Jones working on 279. And Trey Martin working on 279. And we got one open frame over there for Spencer Robarge. And that was on the bucket that he left. Well, it was the 3, 5, 6, 10 is what he left. Eric Jones up on lane 20. Money ball. Great shot from Jones. Back over to Holloman, working on a double, looking for 3 in a row. Really whipping on that ball. Boy, he's whipping it today. That was a whipper. Here's Zach Wilkins now, looking for 5 in a row after the Kroll Open. And that ball goes sideways at the end of the pattern. Trey Martin with a strike. Calling 4 matches at once, doing the best I can up here in the booth. If I missed something, please let me know in the chat. I do want to welcome in all of our viewers today. The most viewership we've had all day. I want to say hello to Lee and Rick and Scott, just a few people I see in here. Matt, Michael, Rep, Ego, been here all weekend. Scott, how you guys doing? Take care, Carl. Nice bowling, man. Nice bowling. It's nice when the bowlers come over and say goodbye. Certainly do appreciate them doing that. It's a great opportunity. If you're not subscribed to our channel, we certainly would appreciate if you subscribed. We put out great coaching content. We got some new videos coming out this fall with Coach Mike Shady and Mike Jasnow, 2 of the best coaches in the industry. There's a lot of good coaches, but those 2 guys I love. They also share the same first name as me, so they're a little bit near and dear to my heart. Also in business with them with Backstage Bowling. If you want to learn how to get better at bowling, check out backstagebowling.com for very inexpensive cost. You can pick their brains and let them help you with your bowling. So certainly do appreciate what we do with those guys. And also here at Inside Bowling, if you'd like to support what we do, you can go over to our website. We sell hoodies and T-shirts, and you can save 15% with coupon code YouTube. Coupon code YouTube. That's good for apparel. We also sell balls, bags, shoes, and accessories as well. And we ship out same business day, if not the next day, if it's on a weekend. We have 5 warehouses throughout the United States that can take care of you. And after those sponsor mentions there, we saw Zach Wilkins leave the 2-4-8-10 on the left lane and not convert. So back-to-back splits there for Wilkins, letting Kroll right back into the match. Meanwhile, we got 279 maxes over here on lanes 13 and 14 for Holloman and Canteri. We'll hang out here with Boog. We'll jump out. We'll go check in on our other matches with scoreboards. And nice shape to that one, Boog. Very nice. Here we go. 279 still the maxes for Faulkner and Jones, and he comes in light again on the left lane. Something to pay attention to through this 3-game match. Faulkner light twice on the left lane. First time was just for a 3-pin, this time for a 3 and the 9 combo. Robar's got back on the hammer train there with a couple of strikes, and Trey Martin still has a possibility of bowling 279 as well. 279 seems to be the magic number here in round number 3, game number 1, as Max scores. Woo! Woo! Oh, lean on the 3, Gary. Lean on it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I got to go to Holloman because he's just whipping it. No offense to Trey Martin. Trey, wow. Trey 4-10s there. Michael whipping on it. Now we got Wilkins coming off the open. Beauty. Absolute beauty. And Canteri, he's like the silent assassin. This guy. I mean, we got all these names out here. And he's out here in his pink shoes, white t-shirt. Well, I guess it's a jersey. Gives the look of a t-shirt. And he's just out here. He takes down Brad Miller. Now he's looking to take down Holloman, although right there, that wrap 7, a bad spot for that for him. Zach Wilkins, left lane. Yes, sir. Okay. Bounce out of here. Back over here. Robarge, double, 6-3, triple. Eric Jones just looked over here weirdly at me. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just him saying, this is going to be 2-0, Mike, just letting you know. I don't care who I'm bowling. I'm the class of this tournament. You put me on the thumbnail, for crying out loud. I'm going to win this thing. All right, here we go. Faulkner. Yes, sir. All right. I want Gary to give Jones all he possibly can handle. I have no skin in the game. I don't care who wins the match. I like both players, but I want to see a good show for all of us to be able to watch. I don't want Gary to just all of a sudden go into that mode where he starts missing spares and stuff like that, and it's not much of a match anymore. I want a good match. Robarge is just giving it the high hard one there. I mean, his ball's hooking like maybe 2 boards total across all 60 feet of the lane. And now Gary, also another programming note here to let you know if you're just tuning in, Faulkner had 300 on this pair yesterday in qualifying. Is that one going to get the 3-pin out? Oh, that was a nicely played shot, and that was a great adjustment from Faulkner. That's a lot of bowling under his belt, and just a smart player between the ears making that move there. That's what I like. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see performing. Boog looks a little lost here. Wilkins looking like he's going to go up 1-0. Meanwhile, Canteri did double in the 10th. Can get to 259. All right, that strikeout there from Canteri makes Michael Hallman have to throw the first one in the 10th. Has to get the first one in the 10th. 259 for Canteri. Kroll's going to be 201 more than likely. Wilkins gets the win. These guys are on rapid fire pace here. That shot from Jones solidifies the win for Eric Jones. 245 the max for Martin. Spencer can still bowl 263, and now that gets reduced. $239 now the max for Spencer. Holloman strikes. Jones strikes. So that shot there from Holloman solidifies the victory there for him. 259 not enough for Canteri. Zach Wilkins going to be in the 220s, I believe. Michael Holloman is going to be in the 270s. 279 max. All right, Wilkins gets into the 220s. Back over here to Robars now. It's 279 for Eric Jones. Best Gary can bowl is 259. We might have a pair of 259s lose in game number 1. Spencer in trouble here against Martin. Canteri starts with a strike in game number 2, bottom right side of your screen. Gary taking a re-rack here. Or no, he's just making an adjustment to his bowling ball. Just wanted to wait for Spencer to get up on the approach and bowl. So 228 the max for Spencer. So if Spencer strikes here with 228, that forces Martin to strike. .245 the max. Must strike on this ball. And does not strike. Robar's going to get the win there, 228. So 259 games lose in game 1. Cantier and Faulkner both lose to 279s. Battle of the lefties. All right. Let me get these graphics updated here. Wilkins is up 1-0. Holloman up 1-0. Jones is up 1-0. Robars is up 1-0. Also crazy that those are our top 4 seeds. All up 1-0. Thanks, Lucas. Nice bowling this weekend, buddy. Over to Gary. Nice shot from Faulkner. We're in game 2 now, everybody. You see the scores over on the left. Let you know it's best of 3 matches. Trying to have everything on the screen for you as best as we can. We built this picture-in-picture, about 7 or 8 events ago. You guys seem to really like it. Kind of let you know and keep an eye on everything that's going on with your favorite players, and then we get the scoreboards up from time to time as well. There is no feature matchup here by any means. You got Faulkner versus Jones, Kroll versus Wilkins. I guess those would be the 2 main matchups, but these other matches are just as good with Holloman and Canteri and Robarge and Martin. Hook. Yep. It just hydroplaned. You could see it. You could see it, and there's the 3-pin combo for Gary. The worst combination for him, the 3-7-9. Just the worst. Now, if he picks this, I'll know it. I know he picked the big 4 earlier, and I missed it. But if he picks this, I'll see it. Oh, almost bounced it out. How about Boog in that conversion? Did you guys like that? Oh, loft. Boog with the loft. Uh-oh. Here's that spare. Well, I thought it was that spare. What the heck just happened? I swear I had that queued up. I don't know what happened. Bueller? Anyone? Oh, I see what happened. I grabbed the wrong slider. Let's try it again. Nice shot for Wilkins. This was the shot I was trying to show you guys. This was a nice conversion here from Boog. There it is. Second time the charm. Back to live action. Canteri not going anywhere. Wilkins looking to go up 2-0 here on Boog, but that spare might be the shot of the match. That spare that Boog made. If he ends up winning like 280 to 279, it will be that spare that made all the difference. It will be. How about Spencer? A little 5-10 over there. I missed that he left the 5-10. His bowling ball is just not changing direction. He's going to leave some stuff like that. He's going to leave possible 7-10s, 5-10s, 5-pins, half a loafs, 6-count buckets. It's going to happen because he's just jamming it in there. Throwing a frozen rope. Wilkins at his spare. Scoring pace has come down a little bit here. We've got a couple of opens here and no doubles on these 2 pairs. 3-pin now for Jones. Something to keep an eye on. That left lane must be tighter. Higher scoring through here. Canteri looking to stay in this one and even it up with Michael Holloman, who's just whipping the ball. Whipping it. Kroll, like as I mentioned before, has incorporated a lot of loft, which he's very good at. Delaying the hook, meaning the lanes are hooking a lot in the mid lane and the front part of the lane. The ball cannot hook in the air. Great adjustment from Boog. A trick in his unique style that he has that not every other bowler does. Makes him unique. He's really, really good at that. Trey Martin misses the head pin. Holloman with the light mixing strike. Still working on 279 here. I think 279 would be a winner in that match. Cantiri's ball reaction screams 250 if he hits the pocket every shot. And that one sails on Boog. So we've seen two players miss the head pin that are right-handed. We saw Boog miss the head pin right, and we also saw Trey Martin miss the head pin to the right. And when the lefties miss, because their angles are tighter, they're leaving 3-pin combinations. The right-handers miss, it's missing the head pin. Gary leaves a flat 7. Cantiri here to apply some pressure here in the 6th. Oh, collapses the 6 out. Little safe signal there by the man who's proud of his pink shoes. Hey, he helped raise money for breast cancer by buying those shoes a few years ago. It was a special edition release, I believe, from KR Strikeforce and Hammer. Or it might just be KR Strikeforce shoes, but hey, I love it. Gary with the 7-pin conversion makes the spare. Another strike from Cantiri. Throwing urethane. He's been able to go 100% through 7 frames on carry percentage. Wilkins strikes. Jones strikes. Holloman here. Switch over to the other pairs. Get a scoreboard update here. As soon as Holloman is done, it looks like Spencer's going to bowl simultaneously. Spencer with a strike, Holloman with a strike. So you see Spencer now with the double, very similar to the last game. Strike, open, double. Martin with spare strike, open strike. Eric Jones with a couple of 9 spares in there, but consistently hitting the pocket. And there's that left lane, comes back again with a 3-pin. That lane is tight for the right-handers, man. That lane is tight. Very tight down lane. Robarch 4 10s. Just missed a little inside a target, trying to make the ball strike, trying to fit it in there with the frozen rope, and pays a bad penalty for that. Holloman, 8th frame. Here we go. Says, I'm not going anywhere, James. Take that. The boogeyman's running out of frames. Kroll needs to keep striking. Now that one just hooks. It's very difficult going left to right now. Cantiri. Well, just as I said, I thought he had a 250 ball reaction here. He's got the front 9, and right now he's looking to even the score. But Holloman, again, very easy. Holloman strikes out for 279. He already bowled 279 the first game. Cantiri bowled 259. So now, if he could strike out Holloman, it puts pressure on Cantiri, even though he's got the front 9. Faulkner goes through the face on the lane where he's been leaving 3 pins. Zach Wilkins here to take a little bit of a sigh of relief here and gets that ball to motor back. Wilkins has had a little more of an end-over-end roll than Bug Kroll. Ball's reading it a little bit differently. But Wilkins with 279 max. The best Bug can do is 237. So Wilkins here in the 8th can really, really give himself a little bit of an easier path here with 2 frames to go if he strikes on this ball. Of course, Holloman strikes. Let's go check in over here. They're only halfway through the game here, pacing a little bit slower. Trey Martin with that big triple up there on the board against Spencer. Robarge covered the, what was that, the 410 that he left? He covered it. Eric Jones looks a little human in this game. But that was a beaut right there. Now Hallman up. Well, that's going to do it for this game for Holloman. We're going to go 1-1 here. Oh, Boog gave that one the business at the bottom. He gave that one all the business. So Holloman here can bowl 258. And if he bowls 258, he's going to feel just like his opponent. Because in game number 1, his opponent bowled 259 and Holloman had 279. This is like 530 a game between these two. And with the 3 bills still left on the table for Canteri, this could be 558. Yeah, I just did that math, everybody. Little ball change, area check, 257 for Holloman. And Zach Wilkins is going to defeat Bug Kroll. 217 the max for Bug. Zach Wilkins is going to get the W here and move on. Canteri gets the 4-7. I don't know if he tried something different there or not, but that's a winner though. Now let's go over to Gary. Oh, roll that 7, Gary. Gary's tournament life on the line. Needed that one. You've got Eric Jones out there right now rolling with the double. And then you got Trey Martin, who's down 1-0 right now currently, and Robar is struggling a bit. And now Trey Martin opens. Gives it right back to Robarge. Robar's getting a little lucky here, meaning Trey Martin not doing much. He's given Martin the opportunity to take game 1 and game 2 here, but Robar's right back in it. Robar's can bowl 224, 222 for Trey. Eric Jones 3 sevens. Oh, 7 and a 10 falls out late. So Holloman and Canteri are already in game number 3. It was 270 to 250 in the first 2 games. They're evened it up 1-1. Michael gets the strike down there. Zach Wilkins is up 2-zip. And that's closed out. Wilkins defeats Kroll. Nice tournament, Boog. Always great to cover you, my friend. And now here comes Spencer. He light mixing 10s. That's going to be a dogfight down to the end here. Eric Jones strikes in the 9th. He can get to 227. Best Gary can do is 208. So if Eric Jones were to go spare strike, that would give him 207. Gary can still, as I mentioned, get to 208. So Gary strikes out. He forces Eric to strike on the first ball. A little drama here. Can Gary throw a 4-bagger to make it happen? Starts here in the 9th. It's got to have it. It's got to have it. And he rolled that nice. Gets the light mixer. He's got to be careful not to overthrow it on the left lane. That's the more difficult of the two lanes for sure. Zach Wilkins 247, Bug Kroll 206, the final there. Spencer wraps the 7. Michael gets the strike.
Michael, this is your tactic? What you want to play? Am I up yet? No, not yet. All right. What you like?
James Canteri is playing Jurassic Park with Michael Holloman's daughter while Michael is bowling. You may have heard Michael's daughter running around the center here, just a bundle of energy.
Number 2 goes on the floor.
Cute little girl, and Canteri was just took her to the Jurassic Park machine. But Gary here, back on the action, misses the head pin on the left lane, and that's a disaster for Gary Faulkner. Eric Jones is going to move on. This is a close match here as well. 202 left for Spencer. Trey, 222. But now he 210s. Oh, just the 2-pin. Huge, huge, huge there. That's just a huge 2-pin. And Trey, I'm noticing this body language here, buddy. You gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps here. You gotta get yourself refocused and not frustrated with your ball reaction. You gotta commit to it, son. You gotta get after this thing if you're gonna hang in this match with row bars. You're still in it. There's no reason to be dejected. Yeah, you didn't get your ball reaction there, but you got a hell of a break by getting that 10-pin out of there. So 202 the max now. So cover your spare, make a couple good shots here on 21, and make row bars show up in the 10th. Otherwise, this one's going to be over. I just noticed the body language looks very dejected, and I don't like to see that from players at times. You've bowled a lot of games to get here. You've invested a lot of time and energy and effort to be dejected. You know, you're one of the best in this tournament. It's time to go up and throw some good shots here. And Eric Jones misses the head pin to the right. But it doesn't matter because he's going to move on. Defeats Gary Faulkner. It's 2-0. Trey Martin and Robarge. There you go, Trey. That's exactly what we're looking for. Can bowl 202. Let's go over to Holloman. We'll use the 7-pin. Back over to Martin. Second ball in the 10th. Eight count. 8 count here. Holloman makes the spare. So 192, the max here. Spare strike. Let's see, strike spare here for Trey Martin gets him at 192. Spencer needs a strike on the first ball. If he spares it, important to get both. He does. Oh my goodness. Well, now we got that possibility of a tie. 9 spare strike is a tie. Here's Robar's up in the 10th. He's up 2-0 right now. And that strike right there does it. That's 182. So when I say it does it, he's going to need 10 on 2 balls. 10 on 2 balls for Spencer, and now he's got a ball return. All right. Let's head back over here to our other match. That is 1-1, Canteri and Holloman. This match here is separated by just 11 pins. Excuse me, 13 pins. And now a 6-pin here for Canteri. Robar's taking a little extra time here. Had to wait for his ball to come back. But looks like Spencer's going to be up to bowl here. Looking to close it out. Needs 10 on 2 balls for 192. 191, the number posted. 192, the magic number. Oh, jeez, oh, pizzo. So here we go. If Spencer gets 2, we have a tie. Josh, what do we do in a tie? What do we do in a tie?
Single ball, sudden death.
Single ball.
Yep.
Single ball, sudden death if there's a tie. And we're going to have a tie right here. It's just going to happen. It's a tie. Robards will have a lane choice. He's a higher seed. Makes the 2. Oh, shit, I thought he was almost going to bounce it out of the back. 191, 191. All right, here we go. We got Michael Holloman now. Looking to take control of this one. Loft and the whip, and he crumbles the bucket. He can get his bowling ball to come back from extreme angles. This is wild. We've got a roll off here. Robar's is going to go first. Sudden death, 1 ball. Sudden death roll off here. And Spencer gets 6. This one, I'll tell you right here, Martin's got 9 lives here. This is, he wanted to gift wrap and hand this thing over to Spencer based off of what he's done on these lanes. get missing the count and everything else, and now he's just has to get 7 on this ball. This is one of those situations where I think, I don't know, you might throw it hard and straight down the middle on something like this. You hit the head pin and you get to go to a game 3. Really what it boils down to here. Nine's a winner. Trey Martin, time to take a deep breath. You're on a free roll now, my friend. So that match is going to take a while to finish. It's going to delay things a little bit here in the action, but that's okay. So we'll hang out here. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the rubber match down there. 1-1, Robarge and Martin. It took extras in game 2. Again, Zach Wilkins has already advanced into the top 4. Eric Jones has already advanced into the top 4. Holloman and Canteri right here. Canteri must keep striking. You look at the max score. 235 for Canteri, 279 for Holloman. Ironically, here in this match, it's taken 270 to win every game. Holloman looking to try to do that again. This is it. Who's left? This is it. These are the last 8 players. We'll be down to 4 after this. Holloman. If Robarge and Holloman advance, we'll have 3 lefties, and Zach Wilkins will be the great right hope. Holloman, money ball there in the 9th. Michael. That pretty much is going to do it there. Holloman, 270 left again. I'll keep an eye there, but back over to our match here underway. We got a double for Robarge, and now Trey Martin looking to open up with his own double. Yep, Holloman wins that one. Nice covering you, James Canteri. You had a very nice tournament. First time covering you, sir. Nice bowling. Holloman wins 2-1. Pretty impressed with what Trey Martin's doing now. He's got the first 3. He's more composed. Able to hit the reset button here. Spencer's got to be pretty perfect here with his rocket to the pocket. That ball just checked at the arrows, runs him over Brooklyn. A little thumb to the forehead, hands on the hips. That explains what he thought of that shot. When you make a shot and come back and put your thumb on the forehead, hands on the hips, that tells a lot. If this was poker, that would mean you don't like your hand right now. That is what we call a tell. that frame is over. The scoreboard says all the same. And now you've got a chance to throw 4 in a row to start this match for your tournament life. That's really all that we care about in this sport. And here comes Spence. There it is. Shaping it a little bit now. He's changed balls. Failed to mention that. Bracket round 4 coming up next. Let's see, seed-wise, we're going to have Wilkins, who is the number 3 seed. Holloman, who is the number 4 seed. Jones, who's the number 1 seed. And if Robarge wins, we'll have the 3 seed, or if Martin wins, it'll be the number 11 seed. Martin with the 10 pin, covers it. Okay, 279 still the max. I still think that would be enough to get it done here. No reason to panic. Yeah, I don't have the Faulkner, Gary Faulkner Big 4 conversion. I missed it. Just totally missed it. We're welcoming all of our viewers here. Going to be down to the top 4. This is our round of 8. 1 through 16 seeds still left. Gary Faulkner was 16th, just got defeated. Spencer Robar's looking to start with the front 5. And this ball reaction is shaping him quite nicely. Still got to be careful of it checking a little too early, as we saw in the frame before on the right lane, but a great adjustment there from Spencer. Holloman did finish with 279, by the way, so over there in that match, he and Canteri. 279 won the first game, 278 won the second game, 279 won the third game. That's ridiculous. Robarge cannot roll the 7. That was placed nicely, though. That was a really good shot by Spencer. Very impressed with that. Important to cover it. Oh, we got a dinosaur ramp coming out here. Let's take a look at Spencer's last shot. I just want you guys to see this is exactly what he wanted to do. Look where he's crossing. He's crossing right around 15, out to about 8 or 9. And I think if you asked him, he would have said, hey, that's exactly what I was trying to do there. Great shot. For Trey Martin. Here we go. He's not backing down. I'll tell you, he's just had a couple blunders here in this match. I know he'd like to have back, and I may have been overly critical, but really, really happy to see him recompose, get himself to where he needs to be, and he's making good shots here against Robars. And Robars, you know, you can't go anywhere without seeing Spencer Robars. Whether you're at a national tournament, there's a picture of him somewhere. You're on Facebook, there's Spencer Robars, just constantly in your face. And when you bowl against a face like that in bowling, it can be intimidating for a guy like Trey Martin. Takedown Robars would be huge for him. Cannot trip the 4-pin out. Need to go over to the bracket, see who's going to be bowling who. It's going to be Zach Wilkins versus Eric Jones, which means it will be Michael Holloman versus the winner of this one here. So the second 9 spare in the match for Trey Martin. He's got to hope Spencer can do the same. You know, Spencer has not been great on this right lane. He's been a little sporadic here. With the Brooklyn 2 frames ago over here, just an instant check. Let's see what happens here.
That was rough.
He's got to get through it, get it to the spot. He did. Beautiful shot. Oh, Robars, are you kidding me? That is nasty. I've seen this stuff happen before, but I don't know if I've ever seen a pin slide that far over. I'm speechless right now. Absolutely speechless. That's the 7-pin, folks. Got to take a look at this again. I don't know why we went back so far. That's my bad. Let's watch this again. Seven pin just moves over to the 9-pin spot. We'll play it again, but back to real time. Here it is in real time again. Watch the 7. Might be Trey Martin's day. Not the 7th and 8th frames you're looking for out of Spencer Robars. I mean, it's a cool highlight, I guess, but not when it happens to you. So now let's look at the scoreboard here. We've got 257 max for Robars, 258 max for Trey Martin. Oh, and so from one horrible break to an unbelievable break, tripping out the 2 and the 4 for Trey Martin. Take a look at this this shot again. This has got to be nerves, right? I mean, to go Brooklyn now on this shot for Trey. I mean, he had been bowling so good here this game. But as we get to the finish line here, 2 really bad shots in a row. Got away with the 1 break. You got to capitalize on those. Can still bowl 238. Spencer going at a 237 pace, but can max at 257. You got to think here Spencer's gonna pure these. You know, this might be a spot too where you might want to use a re-rack or something as well. Again, the winner here advances to the Final Four. And Spencer goes high. 2-4-7-8. It's got the sleeper back there. I mean, this is like one of those matches where it's like, who wants it? If he doesn't make it, he can't shut out Trey Martin. Can't do it. He's got to make it for a chance to shut him out. Great spare, Spencer Robarge. Huge, huge spare. He knows it. The double elbow clutch there. All right, here we go. Robarge can still bowl 243. 238 for Trey Martin. So Robarge needs a double and 6 to shut out Trey Martin. And after that 7-pin sliding across the deck that we just saw, if there's a guy that deserves a break or at least some carry percentage here, if he enters the 1-2 pocket, it's Spencer Robarge right now on this shot. Beautiful shot there. Nice messenger. Awesome, awesome power going into the 1-2 pocket. And that's what the two-handed style does, and that's what Spencer Robarge is able to do. And that's what makes him such a great player on those little off hits like that. He generates so much power that the pins really have no chance. You get a second opportunity at knocking the 7 down, and that's exactly what we have here. I mean, that is just a wicked, wicked head pin off the wall messenger. That's in, but holds pocket, so now he leaves the 7. And he's spinning all over the approach. He's going to be thinking about that one for a little while. His buddies are going to give him a hard time on that one. So 233 with the spare, which means Trey Martin can win the match. All right. Hey, he'd have picked the 6-7, I think, on that one. All right, so 233, the number up posted, 235 the max here. And he misses the head pin right. What a weird match. Just an odd match. I'm going to remember this one for a long time. Spencer Robarge escapes and moves on. Huh. Roll-offs. Wicked highlight reel taps. And after all that, Robarge wins on the bench. All right, everybody, our top 4 is set. Coming up next year, bracket round 4 will be up next. Final 4, Zach Wilkins, Michael Holloman, Eric Jones, Spencer Robarge. And ironically, guess what? Those are our top 4 qualifiers coming into this thing today. Round 4, final 4, coming up next right here on Inside Bowling. I'm going to grab myself a beverage. I encourage you to do the same, and I'll be back with it right here. One place, Inside Bowling, Spa City Open, inaugural event, Central Bowling Lanes, Hot Springs, Arkansas. I'll be back in a moment.
All right, congratulations on making it to the final 4. Once you make it to your pair, hit the start key, start 3 minutes of practice.
Okay, everybody, here we go. Getting ready to start our Final Four. I want to welcome you back into continuing coverage of the 2024 Spa City Open here at Central Bowling Lanes, Hot Springs, Arkansas. First year for this event. Josh Imhoff, the brainchild behind it, and also our tournament director. Competitive bowler in his own right. He knows all these guys. Wanted to bring an event to his hometown, and he's been able to do so. We had 96 total entries. We're down to our Final Four. It's, again, best of 3 matches. We've got Zach Wilkins taking on Eric Jones. And we've got Spencer Robars taking on Michael Holloman.
Well, what'd you think of that? Are you gonna make a meme out of?
Joining me now in the booth is our tournament director for the first time. He's been busy all week, Josh Imhoff. Hello, sir.
Thanks for having me, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me to come down to this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to get this event live stream, and I bowled a lot of events that are live streamed by you, so it feels pretty surreal to be sitting in the booth this time.
Yeah, well, hey, it's a great place to be here in the booth. We've been having some great matches. I love the 2 out of 3 match formats here. We've had great action the whole time.
Absolutely.
Fans have been loving it.
I've been nervous this whole time just watching.
Yeah, well, we got 4 of the best bowlers that entered the event down to our Final Four, and they happen to be the top 4 seeds that are left.
Yep.
Kind of funny how that plays out sometimes.
Yep. I think they all went to lunch and, got some rest, and so they were ready to bowl whenever they came back.
Yep, 2 buys apiece.
Really high scoring matches though, so making their opponents work,
Yeah, I think Spencer Robars has his work cut out for him here. Michael Hallman just fired 279, 257, 279 in his last match. And Robars was in a rocky match, really up and down roller coaster match in the last one against Trey Martin, and just barely escaped that one.
Yep. Came down in the 10th frame, and it looks like Trey didn't throw the best of shot in the 10th.
Nope.
Leaving Spencer, like you said, escaping away just barely. So, out of the 4, who do you got to win?
Me, who I guess I have to take Eric Jones and Michael Hallman for the title.
Okay.
And then because there's been some traffic, I think I would take Michael Holloman at this point.
Okay.
Unless Eric can move a little bit right and shape it a little bit more than what he has. Those would be my picks. But I mean, really, you can't go wrong with any pick here.
Yeah.
And what Eric did on that shot is what I hadn't quite seen him do in other matches thus far. But he did it that shot. So. Personally, I guess I'm pulling for Zach Wilkins. He's the only righty left. I guess I would pull for him just because, and he sat in the booth with me for an entire block. But
Right.
all 4 of these players are capable of being champions, and you're gonna have a great first champion on your hands here.
Yep. I'm excited.
Thank you, Rick, for the positive comments here in the chat room. Do appreciate that. And that's money there. That's a great shot there for Eric Jones. Put him on the thumbnail for a reason sometimes.
Absolutely. Eric had a really good season this year on the PBA tour and even in the regional circuit. So, and I met Eric Jones whenever I lived in OKC for 4 years, going to college. So I've known him for a long time. So I figured when he asked me who do I want to be on the cover, it's got to be him. if he wins, people might say that I'm rigging the tournament for him. I might catch that.
I've got a pretty good record on the thumbnails here lately. I think the only person that hasn't won on the thumbnail in my last 5 events is Matt Ogle. That was the holiday doubles tournament.
Where did Matt finish in that event?
I don't know where they finished this year.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't think it was really good. They won the year before.
Yeah. Who did he bowl with? Who did Matt bowl with?
Mike Dole.
Mike Dole.
Yeah.
Shout out Mike Dole. He's the reason that Brunswick, actually, I guess we can take this time to thank the sponsors. If that's cool, Mike.
Yeah, I've been doing it most squads. So yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it.
Take it away.
First off, I want to thank Brian Kennedy and Shauna Story at Bowl 101 Pro Shops. They've been giving me some $75 gift cards to raffle off, so we really appreciate it. It helps raise money for this event. Same with all of these sponsors. Brandon over at Bowlifi Jerseys, Mike Dole once again at Brunswick Bowling Products. We've raffled off some bowling balls, and Carissa over at Splash Car Wash. And I want to thank as well the staff at Central Lanes for letting us host this event. Staff's been really helpful this whole time, really tentative. Can't thank them enough. They pretty much shut this whole place down for the whole weekend, so that way we could bowl. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yep. Definitely do appreciate all the people that help make the events happen. Eric Jones here spins that one way wide and leaves the 3-7. Robarge has yet to strike. Lanes have gotten tighter down lane and hooking more in the fronts. They've gotten a little bit tricky here.
Backup ball at the spare. Okay.
So here we go, halfway through the game here on the right side. We got 2:66 left for Eric Jones. 2:59, I believe, there for Zach Wilkins.
And that's a hit that I've seen quite a bit, Mike. The flat 7 as we get later into the day here. Like you said, the lanes are getting tighter, but they're having to hook it more. So shot making's at a premium right now.
Yep, that's why I like Holloman, because he just seems to be able to snap. He whips it at the bottom and is able to get that ball to snap off the end of the pattern and leave less 7 pins than everybody else.
Yeah. When Michael's able to get in and really spank on it, that's typically when he is bowling the best.
Yep. Crazy that through 4 frames over on the left pair, we've only got 2 strikes total. 25% strikes over there. Zach Wilkins a little trip into the 4-pin. Gives him the shoulder push. Allman perfect on the left lane. Eric Jones got to be careful here. He can't really afford to make any bad shots here against Zach Wilkins.
He definitely has to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, trouble he ran into in the last frame on the left lane. We'll see if he can make a better one. He just missed way left. And when will Spencer Robarge get a strike on this pair? When will that happen? It's going to happen this frame, next frame. Well, we're about to find out. Not this frame. And this is one of those situations where being in a 3-game match here, you know, there's no reason to panic yet. You got to figure out the pair. But as you get further along in the match, and if you get, you know, behind, And once you're mathematically eliminated, you get to try other things. Oh, Eric almost 7-10s. So we got our best of 3 matches here throughout the rest of the event, down to our final 4. Winner of each match will then head over to which pair are we using for our championship?
19 and 20.
19 and 20 will be our championship pair.
And I believe that 19 and 20 has had our only 300 of the tournament.
That's true. The left lane's a little bit tighter down lane for the lefties, though. A lot of 3-pins left over there, 3-pin combinations. And Spencer gets a strike. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and rejoice. Those of you, he just did. That was one that he needed there. He's evidently, you know, this kid, I mean, he could go off the sheet from here is what I'm trying to say. He could just go sheet here and steal this game from Michael easily. And here's Zach Attack. Look at him. Cool, calm, and collected. Got his hat on backwards. I would like to see black pants with that jersey, though, and hat combination. Just think it would go a little bit better than the gray. Holloman looking for his first strike on the right lane. Lots of loft, lots of whip. Tried to make it hook, and what a break. 6 into 7 fall out late. Wilkins tripped the 4 last time on this lane. Goes Brooklyn.
He trips the 6 this time.
6-10, yeah, Brooklyn.
Had to take the hat off for that one.
Yep, he's like Lincoln Hawk and over the top. The hat's like a switch. Now he's trying to just figure out how that happened. But he's going to take it, of course. Holloman capitalizes on his break. .246 the max out there for Eric Jones. .259 the max for Zach Wilkins. So Jones cannot shut him out here. Only thing he can do is apply pressure. Row bars now. Still only 1 strike through 7 frames.
Just can't seem to knock him over this game. Or last game either.
True. Yeah, I mean, he's going with a very straight, direct angle of attack. He does not have much change of direction off the end of the pattern at all. We've seen him 5-10. We've seen him do a lot of light hits because he's just not getting any angle into the pins. It's a strategy he's chosen to take. It keeps him out of trouble, and so far it's got him into the top 4. We'll see if it can continue for him. Eric Jones gets a first strike in the 10th frame. Can still be in the 240s, as I mentioned, but cannot shut out Zach Wilkins. Michael Holloman looking good early here in game 1. That's a beauty there.
So now if you're Zach and you don't have a not so good of a reaction going into the 10th frame after that last shot, and Eric Jones is forcing you to double, you know, how is he feeling right now? I wonder.
I think he's feeling fine because he hasn't missed on the right lane.
Or did I say that right? Maybe only forcing him to get the first one. And 9.
Yeah, needs to get the first one.
Okay.
Yeah, because you got 246 up there, 259 left. Yeah, so you just got to get the first one. Spencer getting ready to bowl a clean game that might be sub 200. Call that working for it. All right, here we go. Zach Wilkins needs a strike on this ball. Otherwise, Eric Jones will go up 1-0. Got that one.
Nice shot.
Now needs some count.
Michael Holloman almost rolls the 8-pin with the Brooklyn.
Beautiful shot. Zach Wilkins. Looking to play spoiler here a little bit. So Wilkins 257. 257 winner. Game number 1. 245 for Eric Jones. Not enough. Best row bars can do is 213.
Yep.
Holloman going at a 219 pace. We'll still need to fill frames if Spencer strikes out. It's not over yet. Eric starts with a strike in game number 2 now. Again, Spencer can strike out to force Holloman to mark. Whee! Yay! Get that man a donut. See, the difference for Wilkins here is on the right lane, he's getting some help in the heads and the mid lane on getting that ball to push right. On the left lane, we've seen him trip a 4-pin, we've seen him go Brooklyn. So what's happening is his bowling ball is checking early. It's reading either the front part of the lane or the mid lane too much. So he's going to have to make an adjustment here to get that ball that far out to the right. He's either going to have to loft the ball, he's either going to have to move his feet left and keep his eyes the same, or make 3-1 moves left just to be more left to right through that front part of the lane. So lofting it, opening up his angles more, or possibly making a ball change. That was perfect. Spencer does get the first one in the 10th. He is applying pressure. You never know. And Spencer's path here, especially in the last match, just when you think you're out of it, boom, your opponent gives you an opening.
Looks like Eric trips a 6, gets a good break to get a double there.
Yep.
Spencer with the double in the 10th to make Holloman work for this first point.
This is one of those situations where, you know, you got a player who's grinded through the game. He's made every possible spare, is able to find a way to throw a 4-bagger at the end of the game just to cross your fingers and just hope. And a lot of times, that shot making, that spare converting, that never giving your opponent a gimme can come into your favor here. You know, Michael Holloman, I don't want to wish anything bad on the guy at all here. He's been bowling great. But this is one of those situations where if something bad creeps up, Spencer Robar's perseverance and his great spare shooting and his ability is what can help him get a win, as opposed to players that just get frustrated, can't make their spares. In this particular case, it doesn't matter. Michael Holloman's going to go up 1-0. 213 for Robarge, and Holloman going to be in the most likely the what is that, 170? 220? Nice blower 7 there. Gets it out late. 228 the max. Wilkins looking for 3 in a row. That one was dead left off his hand. Brooklyn again. There's 2 Brooklyns for Zach Wilkins. And that's what makes this pattern a little bit tricky. If you feed it into the lane too much, it just wants to hook instantly. And you look like you just don't know what you're doing. Robarge threw a couple of Brooklyns in the last match. Holloman. Like shooting fish in a barrel. 228. Up 1-0 over Spencer. So 228 a winning score, 257 a winning score so far here through 1 game. Best of 3 matches. Zach Wilkins looking for an opening 4-bagger. He's got it.
Also want to thank everybody that's been tuning into the live stream and showing us some, support on Facebook. I've gotten a lot of messages and a lot of just positive comments this weekend, so I really appreciate that. If you want to keep up with more tournaments like this, follow Rise Bowling, like our Facebook page, Rise Bowling on Facebook, and we post all of our tournament stuff there. Definitely going to be hosting this one again next year.
It's been enjoyable. Pace has slowed down quite a bit here now that we're down to the final 4. Beautiful shot by Jones. Zach Wilkins here, man. Last right-hander left. He bowled the A squad, was 3rd on the squad, was looking good. Sat in the booth, watched the scores, and said, crap, I got to bowl again. So he did. He would have made it, though, with his original score. But he wouldn't have made it as high in as he did with his second score. Got him a couple of buys here after bowling well today. And now he's looking to punch his ticket into the top 2 and bowl for the championship. Now it's an even game there with that 10-pin. Holloman. Back on it there. Wilkins, I thought, was going to miss that spare. I thought that was so close. That was so close to missing it. But it didn't. It didn't.
Thank God they put the extra coat of paint on that pin.
Now Spencer 7 pins here. when you get down to this point of the tournament, you really got to have the ability to string 3, 4, 5, 6 strikes in a row. And I just don't think Robarge's ball reaction is good enough to do that right now.
Even though he's been playing straight this whole time, do you think that maybe he'll move right and sort of, you know, give that a look?
I mean, he kind of was doing that. I mean, he did make a ball change and went to that in the last match, but we saw him go Brooklyn. We saw him go through the face. I mean, we just saw, you know, lots of problems. It's amazing Eric Jones gets that ball to slap out the 7 from that extreme of an angle.
Throwing it that fast, too. I mean, he's got to be throwing it, you know, 19 miles an hour off of his hand.
Yep. Spencer a little more lofted on that one, and that finished nicely. I like the adjustment. Very nicely done by Spencer. This guy's a tough out. I don't care who you are. You're bowling Spencer Robarge, that is a tough out. That's why he's still left.
Spencer is just intimidating to bowl. It's like you don't think anything of it, but then when you're in the match with him and he's stringing strikes on you and he's staring at you.
Yeah, I was mentioning earlier, it's like you go to an event, you're going to see a picture of him, or you're going to open up a magazine, you're going to see a picture of him, or you're going to be on Facebook, you're going to see a picture of him. Highly decorated celebrity within our sport. Great resume at a very early age. Future superstar. Used to be baseball cards. They would put future superstar on them whenever they would predict who's going to be like the next come-out baseball player. Well, if we had bowling cards, Spencer Robarge would be a future superstar card.
Call up Leaf, be like, hey.
Yeah.
I would take a Spencer Robarge autograph card. I'd probably frame it.
I'm like a gold to 50. That's what I'd like. Maybe a 1-of-1 superfractor. Wilkins. Hanging with the homies. He's hanging. In the United States of America, he's doing it. Coming down our neighbor from the north. And he's working on 279 right now here in Arkansas. If you're Eric Jones, though, you're down 1-0. Your opponent's just drilling the pocket. And then when he doesn't, he gets away with it and strikes 2. I mean, that's got to be frustrating. That's got to be weighing on you a little bit. He's got 279 left, though. Max scores both ways here. This was the pair that Holloman just came off of, where it took 270 every game to win.
Yeah. This is what it's about right here. Coming down to the 10th frame, you know, throwing a strike. You're expecting your opponent to strike out. That's what these guys bowl for.
Spencer has made a really nice adjustment here the last 2 shots, incorporating a loft and maybe even a little bit more hit up on the bottom. Eric, just so much power. Well, he gets to sit down. He can't lose. He cannot lose. He can tie, but he cannot lose right now. Might see a little emotion from Spencer if he can get this one to hit.
Doesn't like it?
No, something weird happened there. I didn't really pick up on it. I'm guessing it was something at release that he didn't like. We'll let him clean up the spare, and then we'll take another look at it, see if we can pick something up here. Get a slow-mo replay. Throwing it to 6-10. More importantly, that shot by Zach. Huge opening. Yeah, can't really tell what it was there, but he didn't like something. But yeah, this 7 count is disastrous for Wilkins. This is bad news here. Came in light, 2-4-8.
Has to strike out, knows he needs to strike out, and he knows he's got to go strike out and go back and sit down and just pray. And that's not a very good feeling, to be honest.
Oh, then Holloman leaves a bucket. Unable to trip it out. So we've seen 2 shots in a row, one by Wilkins, one by Holloman, both coming in light.
This is what you're talking about, Mike. Spencer's just been staying in it, been staying close, and just waiting on his opponent to make mistakes.
Yep. Wilkins a little light on that one, too. Trips out the bucket. It's going to be in the 250s with another strike. Holloman hooking at it and gets the hard 3. So an open frame for Holloman, and Spencer is like, oh yeah, hey, I'm just over here making my spares, doing my thing, not covering too many boards. He's got a lead now. Wilkins. Nice one. By the way, this shot's high flush for Holloman.
No doubt. He's locked in on that left lane. It's just the right lane that he's going to have to figure out if he wants to win this match. For this game, I should say.
Yep. Wilkins, wrap 10, so 255. If Jones goes 9 spare strike, that gives him 258, right?
Yep.
So count on this first ball is important. Strike gets it done. But a mark of 7 or better, 7 spare strike would still do it. How about just a strike? 1-1 in that one.
Eric said, "No, I'm gonna make it easy on myself."
So that one's going 3. They're a half a game ahead of the other match.
And if Eric doubles right here, this will probably be his, like, 8th 270 game of this tournament.
Well, you just willed it into existence. It's going to happen. Spencer, nice shot there. Eric Jones bowled 245, 279. Wilkins bowled 257, 255, 1-1 in that one. Holloman with a monster shot there, so that's a double up on the board now for Holloman. So looks like he can get to 238.
Yep.
And 247 for Spencer. So Holloman very much still in this. So the Holloman camp getting pumped up. Eric Jones starts game number 3 with a 7-pin. After only leaving one of those in the last game. Robar's just trying to get this ball to strike. Nice double there for Spencer. Do want to welcome in all of our viewers, most viewers we've had all weekend. Thanks for tuning in to the 2024 Spa City Open inaugural event. Mike Flanagan here with you, along with Josh Imhoff, our tournament director, here at Central Lanes. We're in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where they have $5 mimosas all day.
All day.
Spencer gets that one to hit. Got that one a little bit further out, but leaves the 10. Got the 7 out, but leaves the 10. 226 now the max. Holloman can take it. Eric Jones leaves a 3-pin. So 7-pin, 3-pin for Eric Jones, and Wilkins starts with a strike. And you really do see the difference between Robarge and Holloman. Holloman's going to have more strings of strikes, more open frames. Robarge is going to fill frames. If Holloman executes, he's going to run over Robarge here because his strike percentage is higher.
Yeah.
His angle is higher, but he also risks more with his line to the pocket. Zach Wilkins is like, guys, I'm all business. Little double to start. Eric Jones isn't going to strike through 2 frames. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and roll out the red carpet for myself right here on this pair, if you don't mind. Bring me my favorite drink, which happens to be Happy Dad, I found out this weekend. Didn't know anything about it. Here we go. Holloman, loft, whip. Oh, solid 8. Wilkins got that one wide. Got it to motor, but leaves the 7. Very similar to the 10-pin we saw Spencer leave over on lane 11. This fill ball is very important. Can fill it up for 217. Spencer can bowl 226. So if Michael were to strike on this ball, Spencer must throw a double in the 10th frame. If he gets 9 on this ball, Spencer can go strike 9 spare for a tie. Is that right?
What is?
Maybe it's not right.
So strike right here, give Michael 217.
Yeah, so if Spencer were to go strike 9 spare, if he gets 9 on this ball, that's 216. So that would be a tie, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Strike 9 spare for Spencer if he gets 9 on this ball. So, very important to get a strike here for Michael. Now, Eric throws it so bad and goes Brooklyn, which we actually saw Zach do that before, and gets a strike out of it.
I propose a tournament where shots like those get counted as a foul or something.
Yeah, something different. Yeah.
Something.
So Michael gets a strike. I mean, there's a lot of pressure here on Spencer. Spencer has to have a double here. He cannot wrap a 7. He can't stuff a 10. He can't leave anything in the back row. He has to knock down 10. Has to get 10. Not once, but twice in a row right here. And if you're looking at his game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he has struck 5 out of 9 times. So that means flip a coin 2 times in a row, and it's got to land on heads twice. Let's see if he can do it here. He's certainly capable. Gets the first one. Heads it is. Time to flip again. Meanwhile, Wilkins is like, yeah, I had a Brooklyn earlier. I don't really mind that the kid got a Brooklyn. It's fine. But now that game over there, if both players strike out, we have a tie. 279. Can Spencer Robards take game 2? Must have 10 on this ball. Anything less, Michael Hallman bowls for the title. Can we extend play? Spencer Robards.
Likes it.
Yes, we can. Robards coming up huge in the 10th frame with the double. Needs 2 pins. Wilkins, a little high flusher there. He called the plumber, got her flushed. It happened just now, Josh. It happened. Happened. That forward roll sometimes will help you at the end of the pattern when you miss left. And now Spencer stays behind the foul line, even with the hop there. And there you go, 226.
Get this man a donut.
226, 217. Tied up. Would it go any other way? I mean, you know that all these things are going to be going 3 games. If it was best of 9, they'd all go 9. That's just the way it goes.
And they'd be shooting 250
Oh, yeah.
every game.
They would. They would. Eric Jones rings a 7. So here we go. We're going to the rubber match on the left pair now. Holloman whipping it.
And this is what I expected, both matches in the round of 4 to go the distance. All 4 of these players are so talented and they're so accomplished. And they're striking a lot.
Yep. All right. What's Spencer going to do on this ball? He just struck. Loving this lane, right? Oh man, there's that. I was talking about that hit. That's that stuffed 10. He was right at target, but still, I mean, you hit the pins like that, you're supposed to get 10. Eric Jones goes Brooklyn for the 2nd time in this game, 1 on each lane now. You can go ahead and add that to your bingo board. It's amazing what happens when you get down to the finals of an event. There's a lot of pressure. You got people watching online. You got a big audience here. You've got, YouTube views in the future. That stuff does weigh on their minds. You've also got money at hand. And you've also just got the pure competition of bowling head-to-head in a match. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And now Zach, a little sticky 7 for Zach. Pretty good shot there. But beggars can't be choosers. You can't constantly expect every ball coming in at that angle to strike. You just can't. Spencer there, he's kind of starting to feel it a little bit. That one there looked like a Spencer Robar special. That was like a 100 out of 100 on the meter scale. You kind of just know when this kid starts striking. You've seen him bowl so much that when he throws a shot like that and you see his mannerisms, that means, all right, I feel good now. I feel good now. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That's it. I feel good. Michael Now that's definitely high flush right there. That looked a little bit like Jason Couch back in the day. Ball reaction wise, not necessarily form wise. Wilkins. There you go, Zach. Do it for all the happy dads out there. Hallman with the triple. He's getting the light hit and the high flush hit to fall. Now here's the wild card here. What's Jones going to do here on the right lane? I mean, this could be anything. Oh, he might have thrown his best shot of the last 3 and 7 tens in the pocket. Are you kidding me? We've seen this picked a few times here, twice on stream. That was thrown about as good as you possibly can. Sometimes the bowling gods get back at you. And I think this is one of those cases where that just happened. Now, here we go. Roll bars, lofty, keeping it tight. Not his best shot. 4, 7, 10, disaster in the third. Ooh, almost got that thing to come out. So what do we got here for max scores now as they shift over? 258 for Wilkins, 226 for Jones.
This is the first time that this match that we've really seen Spencer make a mistake like this, and even the split.
Yep. Eric's still in this. Needs to find his rhythm again. That was a pretty good shot too, actually. I like that one off his hand. The last two were really good. He's just at such a steep angle now that you got to get that ball to motor. And that's where a guy like Michael Holloman does get his ball to motor. Even on the light off pocket hits, he's probably not going to leave a 7-10. And now here's Robarge. Nice one. Jones, look out, look out. Okay, all right, it fed off the friction there. I wasn't sure what ball that was he threw, but it was going right to left in a hurry in the front part of the lane, and sometimes those just drop off into the gutter, so. Spooked me. Probably didn't spook you, but spooked me. Holloman front 3. Next couple shots over there on 11 and 12 for him are going to be crucial in this one here as we come down to it. Running out of frames. His opponent is only throwing 2 strikes through 4, and Spencer Robarge with an open. Now Zach Wilkins, after watching the 7-10 and the 7-pin from his opponent, looking to capitalize with a double here and start working his way towards lanes 19 and 20. He's looking to bowl for the title here in Arkansas. He is in the 8th frame, through 8 frames, getting ready to go up in the 9th. If he can make a good one here, he'll be in a really good position going into the 10th frame and could win on the bench. Holloman just grabs a handful of that, doesn't project it. And he's got the sleeper pin back there. It makes it a lot more harder to pick this one up with the 8 pin there in front of the 2. Zach Wilkins is not throwing a gutter, folks. This is a deadwood retrieval. This is just getting the pin out of the gutter. It's an illegal delivery if he throws a shot with that pin in there, so that is what he is doing. Notice it was on second ball cycle. Players are allowed to do that. Nice spare from Michael. Switches to a plastic ball, goes straight at him up the dry. It's a scary spare. Shot of the tournament here for Wilkins. This is it.
That was a good shot.
Oh. Yep. That was his last shot on that lane. That was it. And now it's been the lane that's been more tricky for him. He hasn't liked this lane as much. Now it's game on. .237 the max now.
Oh, and Michael connects a big bird dog.
Yeah. That bird dog was flying high. Zach spares it up. So 237 the max, going at a 227 pace.
Eric Jones with the 216 max.
Yep, that would force Zach to get 9 for a tie. Mark for a win. No, he would need to mark. He would need to mark. Yep. So, never know. Eric needs to strike out. And through the face, that's going to do it. Zach Wilkins is going to advance to the title match. Best of 3. Eric just lost his ball reaction here in this game, or this match in general. Eric started with 279. Excuse me, 245, 279 the second game. In this game here, just wheels fell off. Spencer covers the 7.
Michael with a pretty big lead going into the 6th frame. If he can double here.
Yep. Needs to just avoid not overhitting it and getting slow. It's kind of been his downfall. It's what he did the last time on this lane. He's got to trust it out to the left. Something like that. Well, Eric Jones, nice tournament. Class of the field.
Absolutely.
Bowled unbelievable here.
Led A squad, came back, said, no, that's not good enough for me. I'm going to lead B squad too. But then sat out for C squad.
The Zach attack. It's going to be bowling for the title. Will it be Spencer Robarge or will it be Michael Holloman? Oh, almost a lily. I mentioned I didn't think Holloman was capable of leaving a 7-10. But just as I say that, he almost leaves the 5 with it. A 7-10 for Holloman in the 7th frame. I've seen Michael bounce some pins out before. It could happen right here. Oh!
Wow.
And folks, that does count if it bounces off the rake and hits the pin. That is a legal delivery. That would be a spare if he'd have made the 7-10 there. Bouncing it off the rake. That is legal. Actually had that clarified about a month ago. Just wanted to double check there wasn't some sort of change. So Spencer can bowl 237, 242 the max for Michael Holloman. This thing coming down to it as well.
All right, Mike. Well, I'm going to go ahead and
Yeah.
get this money ready for these
do
people.
some payouts, yep.
Absolutely.
Join me for the final. You'll be back?
Sure, absolutely.
Great. All right, Josh, thanks.
All right, see you in a little bit.
That's our tournament director, Josh Imhoff, coming to sit in with us here in the booth. Certainly do appreciate all that he's done for this event. And glad to be here Now he's got to go take care of his duties. But here we go. Spencer Robarge up in the 8th frame, left lane, and lots of loft, lots of power, and gets the 7 out. And a fist pump, almost runs it into lane 13. He crossed over that line just a little bit there. Those guys are done over there, so it's no big deal. But Spencer getting into it now, getting pumped, getting after it. The most emotion we've seen him show so far here today. Spencer Robarge from Springfield trying to take it to Michael Holloman. Holloman still has the advantage here, though, okay? Just like in tennis. When you go to a deuce, right now he has the advantage. Spencer cannot shut him out. He's got to keep striking. Gets the strike right there, and boy, that was beautiful. Now he goes over to this lane where he just 7-10'd, and if I know Michael, Michael is going to probably move a board right. He's going to give it a little bit more of the business, cover a couple more boards, and get that angle off the end of the pattern. If I know Michael, that's going to be his adjustment. Some people would just move left, back into the pocket. No, he's probably going to move right and trick it with his hand. Grab that handful, and if he gets this one here, you're going to see the most emotion out of Michael Holloman that we've seen in this tournament. Setting it up here in the foundation frame, the 9th against Spencer Robarge. Again, he cannot be shut out. 242. The max score for him. Gets the 7 out late. Runs it out. He is a couple lanes away now. So there we go. 242 the max for Michael Holloman. Again, Spencer Robarge can bowl 237. It's coming down to it here. If Robarge strikes out, Michael Holloman will have to double in the 10th frame and get 6. Starts right here for Robarge. We saw him in the last game needing strikes down the stretch. He delivered. Does he have another piece of mail to deliver here? We've seen messengers. Will there be a messenger here? He's got to make a good shot. This is the last shot he has on lane 12 for the tournament. Runs him over. Flushes it. Keeps the ball on the line. High flush. Going into the 10th frame. This is what you want. This is what it's all about right here in the game of bowling. A lot of money on the line. An unbelievable field. We're down to the top 4. Zach Wilkins already in the finals. He's already in the finals. We're waiting to see who he's going to bowl. You've got Michael Holloman on the bench. Cannot be shut out. You've got Spencer Robarge, who's been taking this safe approach, taking the lane out of play, incorporating loft, not covering many boards, sacrificing pen carry. But he needs 3 of them to carry right here. It starts here, first shot into 10th. The donut man. See if he can do it. Oh, messenger. So much power. Just misses that 7. Boy, that might be it for Spencer. That might be it. Beautifully executed shot by the Team USA member. Covers the spare. Staring it down. Let's take a look at that shot one more time. Look at this. He just peppers this 7-pin. Sends everything he possibly can over there and just misses it. That's the shot right there that's going to haunt him should he lose this one. Got to take a look at the scoreboard. Our eyes move there. 216 now. All he can bowl is 216. Michael Holloman, if he were to go 9 spare strike, that would give him 221. So Holloman's got a mark and can't sacrifice a ton of count here. If Holloman were to leave that 3, 6, 9, 10 again, that would give him 218 if he were to do that. If he were to do that in spare. That 6 count, spare, and 8 would be a tie. Or a strike here just locks it up. Locks it up. Michael Holloman going to bowl for the title here against Zach Wilkins. Great tournament by Robarge. Great tournament by Eric Jones. Michael Holloman, though, with that shape, that loft, that angle, pays off in a big way over Spencer Robarge's safer attack, filling frames, keeping the ball in play. The risk pays off for Holloman. Again, great event here for Robarge. Spencer crushing it, doing great things. Bright future ahead. And a lot of respect for Michael Holloman. That's the other thing I love to see about these guys. So we move over to our championship coming up next. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. Thanks so much for being here. Round number 5 up next. We'll move over to lanes 19 and 20. Righty versus lefty, Wilkins versus Holloman.
Take place on lanes 19 and 20. Bowlers, once you make it to your pair, hit the start button for 3 minutes of practice.
Going to get 3 minutes of practice, folks, and we'll be bringing you all of that action right here. I'm going to step away for just a brief moment. Make sure you tell your friends it's a great time to share this stream. Let people know that you're watching the 2024 Spa City Open. Here on Inside Bowling. See you in a moment. Okay, folks, here we go. Championship finals here, 2024 Spa City Open inaugural event. Continuing coverage here. Hot Springs, Arkansas at Central Bowling Lanes. Our coverage is brought to you this weekend by Brunswick Bowling, Bowl 101 Pro Shops, Bowlifi, Splash Car Wash. We had a total of 96 bowlers enter the tournament, 96 entries. We're down to the final 2 bowlers. It's the best of 3 matches here. Got to win 2. We've got Zach Wilkins taking on Michael Holloman. We got righty versus lefty. Wilkins from Canada, breakout star on the PBA Tour this year. Finished 8th in the points against the best bowlers in the world. And of course, he's bowling Michael Holloman, who's bowled for a title on national television, bowled for a major, lost to Jacob Buttriff, highly decorated amateur player, one of the best lefties in the Midwest. And that's what we have here in the final. I'm joined by our tournament director, Josh Imhoff. It's his event. Welcome back into the booth. Here we go. We got a great final, Josh.
Here we go. This is exciting. 2 very highly decorated bowlers, like you said. Should be a very exciting match. Best 2 out of 3.
What kind of financial compensation are the gentlemen bowling for here today?
Today, let's see, we are bowling for first place is $3,100, and then second place is $2,500.
And the prize fund was changed and voted on by the finalists, correct?
It was. We had I think we were at 6. We figured out 60% capacity for entries, and with the first place guarantee, the bowlers decided to vote and spread the money out a little bit more evenly, so that way everybody walked home with some more money in their pocket than what they came in with. We had, honestly, for our first event, I was a little upset with how many entries we had drop out, but you made me feel pretty good, Mike. I'm not gonna lie. 96 entries. This is the biggest tournament I've ever ran. Had no idea what I was getting into.
Yeah, dude, you're in the middle of July.
Yeah.
Okay, you're in the middle of July in the summertime. New event, lots of other things going on. Junior Gold, PBA 50 World Series of Bowling. Just a plethora of female events that have been taking place. This is a break for them, but you got to go to Junior Gold and make your, it's just very difficult right now this time of the year. So to get just shy of 100 entries is outstanding for an inaugural event.
Absolutely, and I'm thankful, and I appreciate everybody that came out to bowl and support and watch this event. This has been a good inaugural event, and I'm excited to run this in the future.
Awesome. Well, Michael Holloman, with all his power, looks like he's back into urethane and just tickled the 5. And his daughter's laughing about it. Or something else. But this particular case, it's funnier if it was her laughing about it. And that left lane is tighter. I've seen multiple left-handers have that lane be quite a bit tighter. Let's give you the slow-mo replay. Watch this high backswing, pick it up from the backswing, and watch this. The 5-6-10 was standing for a little while. Back over to Wilkins here. No player has struck yet through 1.5 frames. And that continues.
It seems like that's the hit that Zach just keeps getting.
Well, the other thing is, too, about this pair is now sat for a little while. And when oil sits, just like if you were at home or on a table, if you take any sort of oil concentrate, Crisco, pick your poison, you put it down there, right? And you watch it for the first half an hour. Well, come back to it an hour and a half later and tell me if it's moved. And it's moved. It moves. It moves around the lane. And typically when that happens, the patterns get a little bit flatter is what happens. And it fills in areas where there's not as much oil, peaks and valleys, all those sorts of things. So this pair has been sitting for the first time. We've had a pair sit. It was not redressed. It's what was out there in the last round, round 3. Bracket round 3 is the last time it's been played on. So sometimes that can make the lanes play a little bit harder, meaning flatter. and it's more difficult. You have less room to miss at your target. Got to be better with your targeting. So out of 5 shots, we have 1 strike. I know how to do that math. That's 20% strike percentage so far. 20% strikes. Interesting that Holloman's gone back to urethane. Purple hammer. And not his best shot. And to me, it looks like he's trying to play a little bit straighter. So his shoulders are a little more closed up. He's had him way, way open playing where he did in the last match. Now he's tightening things back up, and I think that was just a mechanical error there. Things didn't look great mechanically. Just tugged the ball inside a target through the face. Lucky just to leave a makeable spare here, the 4-7. Wow. Almost had the Chopsky going on that one. Again, these are best of 3 match here.
So, Mike, you have a new office space
I do.
For the business.
Yep.
You've got this online pro shop and these ball reviews.
Yep.
You're going to get to 100,000 subscribers soon.
Hopefully.
You've got probably plus 10,000 aura at this point. What's your plan for the fans? Where can we expect Mike Flanagan to be in 5 years?
Oh, my goodness gracious. Boy, I don't know. Hopefully running some businesses that allow me to do the things that I want to do. Still streaming bowling tournaments when I get the opportunity to do so. I do enjoy doing this. I don't want to do it every weekend, but the chances that I do get to do it, I do like. And getting to spend time with my family and contribute to the human race, really. Do something positive for other people. That's a big part of my life, too, these days. So that's kind of my goal. I'm 44 now, so these big visionary plans really, you know, I'm content with just being able to do the things I want to do.
Absolutely.
You know, pretty much.
You
Big
built-
double there for Zach Wilkins, by the way.
You built your life the way that you like it, and now you're riding it out.
So I think Michael might get back into reactive. I haven't watched him do anything, but I just got to believe with no strikes through 4 frames, he's going to have to abandon this strategy and go back to what got him here.
And I think you're right, especially with Zach striking now.
Yep. Zach's got it going on. So if I'm Michael, I'm going to grab a reactive bowling ball. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Well, maybe not. This could be a black hammer. I don't know for sure. No, it's reactive. And boom, strike. Magically appears. I mean, he knows his game. I'm not going to second guess going to the purple hammer. He used it qualifying. But in this particular case, he gave it 4 frames, and he made the right move. He switched. Is this a different ball? I feel like this is a different ball, but I couldn't see it real well the first time.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet.
No, it looks like it's the same one. I think it's an attention star.
Zach's throwing 2 different balls, so I imagine that he's seeing the left lane a little bit tighter.
Yep, I think he's in an extreme envy on the right lane here. That's what it looks like from here. Uh-oh, 4-6. Didn't look that bad off his hand. It looked 4-pin worthy. Did not look 4-6 worthy. He is throwing a big core ball that likes to motor. Don't look now, but max scores. It's just a 2-pin match with a max score. All right, nice shot there by Zach. 245 the max for Zach. 243 the max for Michael. One open apiece. No, Michael's doing the same ball on each lane. This ball's just got a big blotch of black in it, and I only saw the black when he was on the right lane. Oh, Messenger. There you go. Deliver it. Somebody in the chat earlier said, who will win, the forward-facing hat or the backwards hat? Shout out again to our sponsors. We want to thank Brunswick Bowling, Bowl 101 Pro Shops, Bowlifi, Splash Car Wash. And of course, the center here, Central Bowling Lanes, for letting us come in and host an event all weekend, closing off to the public for the most part. Michael now, after the urethane to reactive change, now we see him take 4 right out of the middle. And that's what reactive can do. It can change direction quickly. It helps you with your pin carry, but at the same time, there is risk with doing that. We saw Robars take the safe play in the last round, did not pay off. And now right here, a blunder, a 4 count for Michael Holloman. That ball just went sideways on the tighter lane. Imagine that. That's the old 4-4 up on the scoreboard. You'd never like to see that. Max score now 203. Zach's going at a 205 pace, which just means spare strike the rest of the way out. And no matter what Michael does, he will win game 1. Of course, you got to win 2 here. Best of 3. Nice shot by Zach. Now he's got the double working. And still max at 245. Thank everybody for watching this weekend with us here on Inside Bowling. A Squad, B Squad, C Squad, and the Cashers Round are all archived on this channel. You can go back and rewatch them. And of course, our bracket finals here, you can go back and watch it anytime you want. It'll be archived immediately when we go off the air. You can also DVR it back if there's something you want to rewatch. It's there. And we appreciate you sharing the broadcast, letting people know you're watching bowling here on the Sunday afternoon. There's a lot of choices on where you can spend your time and what you can do, and we appreciate you choosing Inside Bowling today. Zach appreciates lane 19 right now in the 9th frame. He's got 6 of the last 7 shots are strikes, and the one that didn't strike was a 4-6, and it wasn't that bad. Michael strikes. He's got a good look, Josh. He does have a good look to the pocket. I think he'll be fine in game 2.
I think so. I think he'll lock in. Probably start the next game off with the front 3, just to send a message saying, "Hey, I'm not out of it yet."
All right, little 6-pin trip out there. Little 6-pin forward. 203 the max, doubles into 10th. Boy, he'd like to have that 4-4 shot back. That 4-4 shot. If he strikes there, he's got 243, and he's going to be forcing Zach Wilkins to have to double into 10th and get 9.
And it was a split for both of these players that broke up. It looks like a giant string of strikes.
Yep. So the magic number here for Zach is 203. Just a little count here, and he's good. There it is. 9 is good. Holloman posts 202, but really, after the 4th frame when he switched to reactive, he got a hold of one of them, or a little slow for that 4-4, and then 7-10 on the fill ball. Well, it looks like one of them fell out. Zach's going to be in the 220s and have the advantage. All right, here we go. Game number 2 underway. Holloman's got to win this one, otherwise Zach Wilkins is our champion. Holloman wins, we'll go to a game 3. Rubber match. Still in reactive. Didn't love it off his hand, but good result down the lane.
Kind of shakes it off. He'll take it.
Zach answers. Ooh, a little trip of the 4-pin there for an opening double for Wilkins. What a shot. What a break. Those are the hits you got to carry. You got to be able to carry some of those.
Michael Holloman up. How does he respond?
Running over the rack for an 8-pin is how he responded.
Seemed like he liked that shot a lot better than the last one. Came up a little short.
Yep, Michael is spelled a little bit different. M-Y-K-E-L, Michael. Oh, nice pin action there, getting the 7 out for Holloman. Strike, spare, strike, 280 left. Zach Wilkins perfect through 2. I think we're going to have a match here. Holloman looks lined up now. Certainly not the start that he had the last game using urethane. Didn't strike for 4 frames. Now he's batting 66% right now through 3 frames. And Wilkins, he's just got to keep his eye on the prize. He wants to wrap it up right here. He doesn't want to have to go another game against Holloman. He wants to get it over with. Wilkins crossing around the 20th board. Just inside, actually the 25th board, excuse me. Maybe if he'd crossed the 20th board, he just struck. That just looked deeper to me. Leaves the 8-10 in the pocket. And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Michael. You know, Wilkins slows down here. This spare's almost impossible. Pins do bounce here. Seen the 7-10 pick twice here this week. As a matter of fact, in case you missed it, here was the 7-10 being converted earlier this week.
He actually he broke the backboard. He cracked the backboard on that lane whenever he picked that up.
Really?
He threw it so hard.
Chandler Tisdale, right?
Yep.
And now a great shot leaves a 9-pin for Zach Wilkins. So it's funny how things can change so quickly here. Wilkins 8-10's a little light, then runs him over for a 9-pin, and now Michael Holloman has a chance to grab a nice little lead here in this match. A double here puts him in a nice position through 5 frames. If he can strike in the 4th and 5th, which would actually compound into a triple. So here we go. I'm a little freaked out too by Michael. I think I would be intimidated because that skull with the fire eyeballs. That's a little intimidating.
Absolutely.
All right, there we go. Double, just like that. Game on. I'll see your 8-10 and you run over the rack 9. I'll raise you a double. I always thought McDonald's should sponsor bowling because we could just always say, make it a double. Right? Just make it a double.
Absolutely, yeah.
Golden Arches, make it a double.
McDonald's, where are you at?
I mean, it's a great opportunity over and over again all throughout the world. Wow, hey, you got 1 strike? Well, make it a double.
Make it
Every
a
time
double.
somebody strikes, you can get a slogan there. Here we go. Michael Holloman, he's got himself all lined up. He's got the pins doing exactly what he wants them to do. He's got them trained. He's got his reactive ball out now. This thing might be over if Michael would have started with reactive. So here's Wilkins. Hasn't thrown it bad this game. Got that last one in a little bit. I think he was too deep. That's a little bit further right. 2 boards further to the right than the last time on that lane. And collapses the 4-9. Thank you very much. Take a bow, ladies and gentlemen. Come on up to Canada. I'm ready to take you guys out on the sled or something, or whatever they do up in Canada. That's what he's going to do. Ice fishing. Ice fishing with Zach. That's some clean living right there. Canadian carry. Although he's loving Kansas City right now. Zach's spending time in Kansas City, been there for a while. That's why he's able to bowl this event. There's something to do every weekend, he says. He's bowling all the time. He's taking in some American sports. He told me he's a Buccaneers fan because of his brother. He's a Red Sox fan because he went to a game with his dad. The Red Sox were in town up in Toronto. Loves the New Jersey Devils. This guy's all over the place with his sports teams, but spends a lot of time here in the States. We're happy to have him here. It's good representation of Canada, and he's a great ambassador for our sport as well. Now back over to Holloman. Strike spare triple, looking for 280. That's his max. I don't see this guy slowing down. Zach wants him to do another 4-4 bit. All right, so both players now have had a nice high flush hit where Holloman left the 8 and Zach left the 9. So that's that balances out a little bit.
Strike for Michael this frame will keep him in the lead.
.256 the max right now for Zach Wilkins. .259 for Holloman. This is the tricky lane over here. Okay, this is the one where I saw Gary Faulkner leave 3 pins. We saw some 3-10 or 3-7s for lefties. And Holloman actually has had the opposite effect with that 4-4 through the middle. But there is some hangover there on that lane. Oh, and now he collapses the 6-8 just like Zach collapsed the 4-9. These guys are basically doing the same thing to each other, back and forth. It's like the same finishing move, like in Mortal Kombat or something, over and over again. These guys can strike. These guys are great bowlers. You've got yourself a great final here, Josh. Righty versus lefty. Couldn't really ask for much more. You got a one-handed bowler against a two-handed bowler. You got a hat on backwards, a hat on frontwards. I don't know what else you could want.
I don't think I could ask for anything else.
Nope. And now that was placed beautifully. The way that ball read the pattern was perfect. If there was a whole school of kids in here learning about bowling and ball reaction, we could have just played that clip. That was perfect. Coming down to the wire here. Wilkins up 1-0. Lanes 19 and 20, our championship pair here. Mike Flanagan here with you from Inside Bowling. Certainly would appreciate if you'd subscribe to our channel. Follow along with what we do here. We've got a bunch of live streams coming up here the rest of the summer. Go to InsideBowling.com to check the full schedule. Wilkins now working in the 8th, looking for the 4-bagger. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got a match. We've got ourselves a match. 256 max score, Wilkins. 259 max score for Michael Holloman. How will this shake out? Holloman is the big risk guy. He is whipping it. He is whipping it. He's lofting it. He's covering boards. The big wheel. Man, is that pretty. It looks effortless, too. It's just like he's just grabbing his ball and just kind of walking up there and doing that. But it takes a lot of athleticism to do what he does.
Ninth frame, working on a double.
Yeah, this is the foundation frame. He posed it. Did you see that? He stayed down and threw the shot.
Liked it.
You don't see that all the time from Michael. But on that particular shot, you did. Now, he has applied so much pressure to Wilkins, and he now cannot be shut out. Michael has the upper hand by 3 pins. If Zach Wilkins strikes in the 9th and throws all 3 in the 10th, that's a score of 256. Then Michael Holloman would need to go up and double, and then he would need to get 7 pins to tie, 8 to win, and force a game number 3. Wilkins in a must-strike situation.
Oh.
A little light and 7 tens. Now, I don't know if this got him or not, but 21 and 22 was doing some weird stuff with the lighting.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Almost bounced that one out. It looks like we're going to a game 3 here. But notice how they're kind of changing light, how they're changing colors over there. I thought it changed color at point, like right at the point of release. Thought it went green on them. See that?
Just like that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I evidently it's not an issue for these guys because they would have came up to you and said something. But for me, I just happened to glance at it. Now, when he strikes, I don't notice it. But when he 7-10s, I notice it. And that's what the bowlers do. Well, extended play. We're going the distance. Just like Moonlight Graham. Go the distance. People will come, Josh, to a place called Hot Springs, Arkansas. They won't know why, but they'll come.
Oh, man.
Oh, how about just stand the 9 back up? Or that might have been the 5. There has been a lot of highlight oddities here.
Michael. Split. Is he still good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to shoot 220.
He's got 217 right now, with if he whiffs at all. Real quick, before I update the graphic and everything, we got to go back and look at Zach's shot here in slow-mo. Well, that was just the 9. That was just the 9 moved. And just like that, we're going to go into game number 3. This is it. Final game of the tournament. Here we go. Wilkins starting out on the left lane. He'll finish on the right lane, wrap 10s. All right, covers the spare. Boy, I don't even know what's going to happen here. I don't know. Holloman's 3, 6, 7, 10, or 3, 6, 7, 9. I guess it was. Kind of scared me a little bit there. I'm going to go with a winning score here of 233. Kind of a weird score, but I'm going to go 233, gets it done. We're over the rack 8.
Another stuff 8 from Michael Holman.
Yep.
That's probably number 3 this match.
Slaps the 6 into the 7. Spare strike for Michael. Here comes Zach. Right lane.
Zach Wilkins, third frame. Tensions are high. The room is quiet.
Very quiet. Even Holloman's daughters got quiet. So no strikes through 3 frames for Zach. That is not what you want to see bowling for the title here. That's not what you want to see at all. It's not so good.
All right, the jersey's fully untucked now.
Yep.
He means business.
Yep. Holloman playing the big wheel. Hooking it. Whipping it. Lofting it. Let's see what happens here. Shortest 5-step approach in bowling. That I've ever seen. I mean, he takes 5 steps.
He does.
3 feet from the foul line. I don't know what size shoe he wears, but it can't be that very big. Maybe like a 9.
Probably.
I mean, he starts in front of the ball return, and he'll take 5 steps. There it is. Here we go. It's game on. Michael Holloman is the man to chase now. But because of the way that our game works, Zach can still bowl 267. And Michael can bowl 290, but if he goes 9 spare at any time, he's in the 260s. Or any spare, he's in the 260s. But Zach not striking for 3 frames. He's got to get his striking shoes on now. There you go. There's one. A little re-rackage here, maybe. Getting rid of that deadwood over there, or do you just call it into the desk? Oh, yeah, he's getting rid of the deadwood on the right lane. What a nice guy. He's taking care of that for Michael. Sends the messenger over. Messenger delivered. So now we got a match again. Whoops. Wasn't my best replay. I really need to change this replay settings I have on here. I have it for an extended version. I got to do more scrubbing. It's my bad. My bad, everybody. There was a nice messenger there, though. Michael. Man, that might have been the best shot I've seen him throw.
That ball mowed those pins over.
Yep. They all picked up about an inch and walked back into the pit. Michael Holloman can max out at 290.
Just
5 in a row.
delivers Another beautiful shot.
Yeah, but it ain't over.
Nope.
But Wilkins has to keep striking here. I mean, he cannot let up now. I mean, it's got to get 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. I mean, he's just got to keep it rolling here. He's got to figure out a way to get it to shape. Crossing between the 4th and the 5th arrows, a little bit closer towards the 5th arrow. That one's inside of the 5th arrow. Wow. Surprised that one faced up, honestly. But he made a ball change, so that ball seems to be the magic ball in between the 5th and the 6th arrows. 3 in a row.
I think the decision to fully untuck the jersey at this stage was a good idea.
Oh, it was massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge difference. Huge difference in his striking ability. That's super deep also. And look at that, 4-bagger. Zach Wilkins isn't going anywhere. Our neighbor from the north says, I am still here, Michael Holloman. Who will not strike first? That's what we're all keeping an eye on here. Is Holloman going to stuff another 8 here? Is he going to go up and throw his double and then put the pressure right back on Zach? What are we going to have happen here? He's getting up there. He's got his 3.5 feet to work with here. He's going to grip it and rip it. Last shot on this lane might have been the best shot I've seen him throw all tournament. Staying down, arm out for balance, 10 back. Holloman is feeling it right now. He's in reactive, playing the middle of the lane. Who says lefties can't hook the ball, right?
Right.
He can.
We're going strike for strike here through 7. Must strike situation for both players.
Yeah, Holloman can miss once to even the game. Not that that's what he wants to do, but he does have one shot to give. Gets the 8 out. Through 8 frames, he's cruising. Now, pressure on Wilkins. Boy, that's a money shot. Boy, is that beautiful. That is a thing of beauty. Absolute thing of beauty there. I mean, going spare, 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 and coming back with a 5-bagger. There's no gimmies in this game. When you get this far in an event, there's just no gimmies. Very seldom do we see a gimme in a championship match. It's going 3 games. Again, 267 the max for Zach Wilkins. Striking the 9th here is massive for him. Applies pressure on Michael Holloman, despite having 290 left. Zach stone 9s. That was about as good as you can throw it. Now this tournament would need what I call a fiasco to happen here out of Michael Holloman, somewhere in the 9th and 10th frame, which would have to include at least 1 open frame. 246 the max now for Zach Wilkins, 247 the magic number for Michael Holloman. Again, you have to avoid something disastrous here if you're Michael Holloman. Fill your frames, and you're going to take home the inaugural 2024 Spa City Open here. Championship match, final game of the event. Zach Wilkins made a great shot in the 9th. Did not get paid or rewarded for it. Now Holloman here up in the 9th, just trying to stay clean here. His last shot on this lane. He's been good on this lane. Money. He's at 230 right now if he gutters out. So he needs 3 pins. Pretty safe bet. This ball right here makes Michael Holloman our inaugural champion here in Arkansas. 2024 Spa City Open. Congratulations, Michael. You are the winner. You are our champion and a deserving champion. Great bowling to Zach Wilkins here this weekend. Zach bowled awesome. Getting out of the way there. Holloman defeats Wilkins 2-1. Josh, it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, Mike. Thank you for having me. Is there anything that I need to say before I get off?
I think we're good. I think I'll cover it.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
buddy.
everybody, for tuning in.
It's Josh Imhoff, our tournament director. He's got some business to take care of. Again, congratulations to Michael Holloman. I'm going to grab Michael for a quick interview. I'll have him come up here in the booth for a minute. We'll talk to him, find out what his thoughts are on taking this one down this weekend. And again, I can't thank everybody enough for tuning in and watching our broadcast. Michael Holloman, a deserving champion. Hang out with me. I'm going to go grab him. I'm going to grab our champion. I'll bring him into the booth. We'll talk to him. Then we'll get out of here. All right, everybody. I've got the champ right here with me, Michael Holloman. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Nice bowling out there.
Thank you.
What made you decide to come and bowl this event here in Arkansas?
I'm pretty close with Josh, so I try to support majority of his events as long as it's kind of, I mean, $10,000 is hard not to come bowl. Man, it's sad he didn't get the entries he wanted, but I think 100 people, like you said, in July, that's pretty good.
Who's this one right here?
That is my baby girl. She just turned 3 last week.
I think she wants to be on TV,
She
which is totally
does.
cool. It's totally fine.
Say congrats, Daddy. Thank you. Give me knuckles.
He's doing an interview right now, which is fine. All good. Is she a daddy's girl?
She is.
Okay. I
Yeah.
can't tell.
Yeah, that's why I stopped bowling on tour.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's the biggest reason?
Yep. I didn't. I have a 13-year-old as well, and I was not around a lot because I traveled so much, and I said I wasn't doing it again.
Really?
So I was, yeah. Once we moved to Louisiana, I got out of Tennessee, and I said I wasn't going on tour no more. So I wanted to stay home. I'm the stay-at-home dad, so I stay home and take care of her.
Do you miss the tour?
I do not.
You don't?
I miss the people,
Yeah.
like just surrounded some of my friends and stuff. But other than that, I don't miss the traveling for 4 months at a time.
Yeah, the travel.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a nice little career out there. You had a taste. At least you know you can
I
compete
did.
out there.
Yeah. I said I did what I wanted to for the first couple seasons, and then COVID kind of ruined half our season.
Yeah.
2020, and I felt like I was about to do the same thing. 2020 is 2019.
Right on. Well, you're still bowling competitively on the weekends, and this one here, you take it down, the inaugural event here in Arkansas. You've had a lot of success in Arkansas, too.
I have. Yeah, with when Greg O'Neill used to run the ASPTs, yeah.
Yep.
It was always fun to come support him and be a part of that group too.
I think about Greg all the time, man.
I do. I'm pretty close to his daughter Shania,
Yep.
and it's crazy the tragedy they went through between losing her dad, her stepmom, and then her brother. It's just within on a year.
Yeah, great people, great people.
They
So
were.
let's talk a little bit about just kind of this pattern and how you matched up so well. There in the championship, you started with urethane. I was scratching my head a little bit on that, but then you went to reactive and got the job done.
Yeah, I tried to do actually all weekend until we started the bracket. I actually threw urethane all weekend. When I bowled the sweeper Friday night, I didn't. For me, I started on 15 and 16, which apparently is a very bad pair in this building. And reactive for me was no-go. I shot 170, And if I just felt like I wasn't comfortable and I went to grab a purple and I ended up going 160 over the next 3, which, I mean, it wasn't enough to cash, but I said that's going to be my game plan for Saturday. And I tried that today, and the first 5, it worked, and we started the warm-up on 9 and 10 in practice, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to warm up with reactive, and I actually threw some bad shots on purpose and tried to see if there was any room, and it actually sat there, and I said, that's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah.
I switched to 3 different balls, but, you know, it was just one of those things. But I thought your thing was going to be the play on, we were on 19 and 20, because Eric Jones was on that pair, Gary Faulkner, and it just, they didn't bowl very good on it, especially the left lane, so I thought your thing was going to be the play, and then it started reading too early. I said, no, we got to find something different. I just tried to figure something out because I knew Zach was going to get me game 1.
Yeah, and through 4 frames, you know, you hadn't struck, and I up here in the booth said he's going to have to switch back to reactive,
Right.
and you did immediately. And then really it was the 4-4 in the 9th. If you don't 4-4 there, you probably win game 1.
Right. Yeah, and I actually thought that was a good shot, and all of a sudden it just went right. And I told her, because I went to the car in the middle against Spencer's match to get my attention starred. I thought that was going to be the ball when they got a little drier. But no, that wasn't it either. So I ended up actually throwing a Chaos Black majority of the day for Baker, or for the bracket. And then that match against Zach, I actually threw an Ion.
Okay, cool.
So that ball actually, it's the first time I've actually got to use it.
So you're throwing a little bit of everything these
Yeah,
days?
I'm a free agent. I just got to the point to where, because I don't bowl on tour, so I don't need the certain 78 balls or whatever. So
Yep.
for me as a lefty, we bowl on enough hard stuff to where when you can throw the purple, it's just there. I tried throwing the pitch blacks. I tried throwing the fast pitches, all the storm ones, and I felt like I was giving the lefties or even the righties that had them 15 extra pins a game.
Yeah, wow.
So I just became free and throw all the best equipment.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that going on these days. We got like Mika Koivuniemi and John Janowitz on the PBA 50 tour. They're throwing everything, and it seems to be working pretty well for them as well.
I mean, Janowicz is he's a fabulous bowler. I got to actually bowl nationals with them last year, part of
Really?
our group. Yep.
That's awesome.
So it was actually a nice just talking and chatting and learning all this stuff from him. It's crazy what he has for bowling
Yeah.
and how much knowledge he has.
Well, buddy, congratulations. Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I want to thank Josh and Central Lanes for running the tournament. I want to thank my wife. Actually drove 6 hours the day after I left, so she hasn't watched me much since we had our baby. So always love to have her support. And I know a lot of people heard my kid because they were texting me. He's like, I can hear your daughter sitting there saying, "Go, Daddy," and stuff. That just means the world to me having them here.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So, and then I want to thank Turbo, Chameleon, CTD. All my sponsors, my pro shop that's in Alexandria, Louisiana, Pocket Pro Shop. Corey Bergeron, he does an amazing job drilling all my stuff and helping me out.
Awesome. Well, dude, good to see you again.
You too. I know I'll see you in a couple months for Nightmare.
Yep. Nightmare doubles. Are you bowling Kevin Williams' event or no in Springfield?
Yes. Or I didn't know if you were doing that one again.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, I'm bowling that one with Dimitri Cruz.
Cool.
And then I'll see you there. I'll see you Nightmare, and I'll see you at Fabulous Holiday.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, everybody, that's Michael Hallman, your champion here, a deserving champion in the inaugural Spa City Open.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, everybody taking it out to the lanes there. I appreciate Michael coming by and spending a few minutes with me, but that's going to do it for our coverage here today. Do sincerely appreciate everybody watching and tuning in to our broadcast here. I do not take it for granted. If you have not subscribed to our channel, certainly would appreciate that follow. And like I said, that's going to do it for today's event. I want to give a shout out to Josh once again. I want to thank him for allowing me to come down and stream the event. I want to thank Brunswick for their sponsorship, Bowl 101 Pro Shops, Bowlifi, Splash Car Wash, and, of course, all of you for watching. Don't forget you can save 15% off merch over at InsideBowling.com with coupon code YouTube. And I don't know what I got up here on the screen right now. It looks like we got some open play. Maybe we should, I could stay and analyze and comment on this. But I just took it to a live pair out there, and here we go. All right, everybody, that's going to do it again. Thank you so much for tuning in to our broadcast. We'll see you on our next broadcast, which is coming up August 9th through the 11th at the Springfield Doubles Kevin Williams event at Enterprise Park Lanes. Always love going to Springfield. We will see you there. So for my entire tournament team here that have treated me so well, And for the staff here at Central Bowling Lanes, my name is Mike Flanagan, signing off for the final time for the inaugural season event here, 2024 Spa City Open, Hot Springs, Arkansas. I got to pack up and go home. It's been a pleasure, everybody. We'll see you on our next broadcast. Be safe out there.